able to federal contracts. So I'm pretty much a part of that process. I am a mother. I have a 7-year-old daughter. She's beautiful. She's perfect. Um, and I don't really know what else to say at this point.
And see, you talking about you don't like talking about yourself. That
I
was a lot of good.
With
That
the
was a lot of
whole
good.
rundown.
That was a lot of good information.
I do not like talking. I'm horrible at interviews. And
Well, thank you for your service. I
Thank
appreciate
you. Right.
everything you
And
did.
your continued service.
Yes.
well, that's what I'm here for. I know the ins and outs. If somebody needs to know how to get that 100% service connected disability, hit me up because it's a beautiful thing. I love not paying taxes on property. So,
Hey,
if,
look up at your boy.
what happened?
Look up at your boy. I'm looking down on you like the see
I
that
got
you got to know where to be sometimes.
yeah. Say because
Mhm.
tell you nobody knows. You
Right.
don't. Nobody tells you. So yeah, once you get it, when I tell you that 100%, it's
That
beautiful,
100% lovely, huh?
ain't it? Okay, okay, I'll stop.
You good, you good. All right,
Um,
Mark.
well, I go by Mark James St. Patrick, which is technically Ghost. I am the older brother to two reality TV show stars, Maurice and Marcel Scott from Love and Marriage Huntsville, the TV show. I too am a veteran. I was uh, discharged. We ended our contract mutually. Um, I host a podcast, Brown Roots podcast, and on my podcast, I try to talk about some of the real issues that we've had in our community, the ones we don't talk about, where you sit across the dinner table from the person who violated you the most, things like that, and I like to have the tough conversations, unlike you know Corey Holcomb, who just wants to just tell you the truth. I want to see what we can do once you do know the truth, and so that's my different approach when it comes to that, and at the same time being a part of a different world. So in a sense, being part of a family that's on television, I see the world from what people think it could be, from what it is, and from what we perceive it to be. And so I think it gives me a unique perspective. So I enjoy conversations like this, especially on topics like this.
Well, I appreciate you, brother, and thank you for your service as well. And as y'all can see, my man Southside Dre
What up,
is
man?
in the building. What's going
What up,
on,
though?
man?
What's good? What's good? Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I hear you
Okay.
perfectly. I
Cool.
think everybody was having a little bit of difficulties a little earlier, but I'm
Yeah.
glad y'all made it up, man. What we were doing, Dre, is everybody was telling a little bit about yourself, let them know some stuff you got going on real quick before we hop in on
All
what we
right.
diving into.
Yeah. Well, I guess as you mentioned, I'm Dre, but better known probably on social media, Southside Dre. I have a podcast called Man Cave with Southside Dre. We do that show monthly right now, and as a matter of fact, we just had you on the show, bro.
Yo.
Filming some stuff, so we'll be airing that pretty soon. But yeah, I'm basically uh I'm an analyst turned into a content creator, like most people, just trying to share some knowledge, trying to build some bridges, or basically the Man Cave podcast itself is just trying to build some bridges within the relationships within our community, having some tough conversations from real places. So the slogan is always real people, real conversations. And that's what we try to do, man. We have a little fun, along the way, but we just trying to get some clarity, about everything that's going on out here, pertaining to relationships and stuff like that. But that's it.
Word.
That's what's up. It falls right in line with what we about to dig into tonight. I
Okay.
told people the original topic was, would you date a Ebony K. Williams? And what I meant by that is not necessarily her, but a woman that has her mindset or some of her ideals, because she's not the first woman over the past couple of years that we've heard say some of the things that she said. That pretty much is a lot of the majority of how women are going into relationships and situations now. And let me say this too. I personally don't see anything wrong with what Ebony said. I think the energy that came across when she said it made people feel a kind of way that she may not have been, meaning for them to feel. But that's neither here nor there, because I have some questions. We're going to find out how all y'all feel about some things. And the first question is, have you, and this is for the gentleman on the panel, have you ever truly dated an independent woman?
Absolutely. Matter of fact, I tend to have a heat seeker toward independent women. Like, I don't know dependent women. Something about the independence attracts me. At the same time, yeah, I've never dated a woman that was not independent.
Well, how did it go with what was it like dating that independent woman?
So for me, and being more mature, the problem I'm having is that psychologically there is dependent, codependent, independent, and then interdependent. And so for me, I've always looked thinking that the next level for independence is interdependence. And it's been a hard road because when I date an independent woman, the shift, the vulnerability, the care, the love, the trust, the the putting down of the guard to transition into interdependent has made it probably the most difficult. I almost think I would rather date a dependent.
Really? What about you, Dre?
Let's first, man. I'll say let's define. Give me your definition of what an independent woman. What your definition of it is before I answer that question.
My definition is very, very simple. My definition of an independent woman is a woman that can do for herself. That does not mean that she has to do for herself, but she has the ability to do so. That's an independent woman to me. With or without a spouse or friend or any kind of help, she can still get things done that she needs to get done.
Right. Okay, so I can answer the question with that definition. I don't think I can't recall a time I dated like a dependent woman. If that, like every woman I've dated can take care of herself. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
right, that's King. She got to be doing for herself, like, because we're all capable, right?
No, we're not.
Everybody
not capable, brother.
What I mean by that is a dependent woman is capable of getting it done, but an independent woman, a little bit more so, might make it or might do it herself.
But a dependent woman is only capable of getting it done if she aligns herself with someone that can assist her.
Okay.
If she's not aligned with somebody that can assist her and she's totally dependent, she ain't getting shit done.
Okay, and I guess what I was trying to say is, because dependent means she can't get it done without somebody else. Mm-hmm. Codependent kind of means she can ally, and independent really kind of means I can do it. I'm going to get it done with or without you.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right.
That definition still works for me. I can still say that I can't recall dating someone who couldn't get it done without me. I mean, at all. So, but to speak on, the experience with dating, I mean, it's pretty. So for me, it's pretty normal. Like, I think the basis of all of that is very, very normal. Like, I think I'm gonna speak for my experiences. We all can kind of take care of ourselves. I think we're all independent. I was actually gonna put a status up that said that. I mean, it kind of was an epiphany for me. Like, shit, after every, how everybody's saying, oh, this the women or with the independence. I'm like, well, shit, I'm an independent dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can, I can do all of these things too. When the conversations are about who's bringing this into the table and all, so it's like I can do X, Y, and Z myself too. So, but it's never been a thing that I've seen that, personally men want to harp on anything like that. But as far as dating independent, that's been a norm for me. So it's all kind of the same. I don't even know what the other side kind of looks like personally that I can recall.
Brother.
So we're gonna do special words. Sponsored by Men Have Never Ever Said I'm an independent man.
Well, I tell you this though, I am somewhat embarrassed to say that I know a woman that is super dependent. I mean, to this day, I met her when I was 20 years old. I'm 46 now. So from then to now, she is still super dependent. So
sucks for you, man.
No, it sucks for her. It don't suck for me.
Hey,
but it sucks for her.
I probably know. I think I know a couple though, as you say that. But me personally, having dealings with
I've never had a single woman who depends on anybody to survive. Just for me, like not one time.
That's a great thing. I'm telling you.
Where the choices that I made in life, right? So went to the military, I didn't see any women depending on anybody. I got out, I pretty much did everything on my own. My friends were women who were like me. So I never really sought out any friendships with women who were like, I want to be, I don't want to say a housewife because that's work, but a woman who says, I need a man to survive, or I need a man to pay these bills, or anything like that. I've never been in circles with women who are like that. Now on these, like online, there's whole groups dedicated to it.
Yes.
Group. I joined one group and I was taken aback. I was like, you bitches, y'all crazy as hell. Like, y'all want to solely rely on this person to take care of you, pay all the bills, you sit at home and make sloppy ass chocolate covered strawberries. That's it? That's all you're doing?
So isn't that two things in our community? So that's two fantasy or two realities our community is taught. Our community has taught women, for the most part, to be independent,
right,
while dreaming of dependency.
Right, and I don't agree with it at all. Like, I feel like, what happens if this person leaves?
Yeah.
What happens what are you supposed to do? Like the example that I saw in this group, this woman was like, I don't know how to pay bills. I don't know how to do that. I'm like, what if this man dies? Like, what are you going to do? How are you going to maintain your home without this man? So, and there's, that's her standard. Like, that's nonsense. To me, that's foolish to solely depend on any one person to take care of you as an adult. You're not a child. You're a grown up. You have to do basic things, pay a bill. We all have to do it.
And see, that statement leads into a question that I have for you, Kia.
Okay.
And think about it but for a second before you answer it, because I want you to bring the answer from your bosom. Would you rather be led or lead, and why?
Okay.
So it's always a tough one these days.
So I don't know if y'all gonna jump on me for this. All right. So as far as leadership, I feel like in relationships, there are certain areas where we all fall short. And we should be in relationships with people who can pick up where we fall short. So yes, I would love to have somebody to come into my life and be like, all right, as long as the leadership aligns, to where, my goals aligns with my goals, cool. But if you fall short somewhere, then let me pick up for you. Let me lead. Where I fall short, you can lead. And if we can't agree, let's find a happy medium.
Well, let me ask you this, because you said as long as it aligns with your goals.
Right.
Could you see yourself in a situation where your man is leading somewhere, and let's say you don't see the vision that he sees? Do you trust him enough to? Cause who was in the good book like that? Was it Sarah and Abraham?
Mm-hmm.
Got me.
When they went off and she couldn't see the vision he saw,
and she told him to go get Haggai, and he ended up getting Ishmael. And
yeah. So Kia, if you don't see his vision, do you trust him to lead you, or do you say, nah, baby, hold on, let's try this?
At first, and I've done this, and in my experience, I have said, okay, you know what? I'm going to let you lead me to wherever you think we should go. And in my experience, it did not work out. So I might be a little apprehensive at first, like, okay. But in my experience, I might be like, oh shit, some shit's about to happen. I'll let this person lead me to hell. So I'm not in any rush to experience that again, but I would be willing to do it.
But you just be cautious about it because of past experiences.
Absolutely. Like, I'll be like, oh shit, where are the red flags?
We're gonna have to have a part 2.
Well,
I'm
hey,
already going.
Now, speaking of those red flags, and this is a question for everybody, but we'll let Kia go first, then we'll go to Southside, then Mark.
Yeah, that's right.
What's the number one reason that you would reconsider dating a man or a woman? The number one thing that would make you kind of be like, I don't know.
Based off my experiences in 2023, if somebody is in a rush to do anything, if somebody's like, okay, the love bombing, right? You're so perfect, beautiful. You're everything that I desire in a woman. In my past, nobody ever treated me right. All of that, get the fuck out of my face. Sir, I've been there. And at first, even in that experience, I was like, I questioned it. Definitely a red flag, but at that point, I had never experienced like that type of, like, I guess you would call it attention. Nobody ever was like, oh, you're like, people have said, oh, you pretty and all that other shit. Like, that's surface bullshit. Everybody has been there, done that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I was like, well, how do you know? And he was just very, very persistent, very persistent. And then eventually I kind of gave in. And then all that shit, when I tell you, you might know the story, but when everything came to the surface, it was a total shit show. I was like, this can't be life. I cannot believe people exist. There are people who are born who do these things. Like, you purposely inserted yourself into my life. You misled me. And then after you got caught, you continued to try to keep lying about something that's obvious. Because, when we as women, I don't know about men, when we start digging, we dig deep, right? So I'm digging deep and I found a whole bunch of shit. So at this point in 2023, if somebody's like, oh, you're perfect. No, I'm not. Like, you're the most beautiful girl in the world. Okay. I love everything about you. You don't have any flaws. Like, shut the fuck up, sir. Like, all of that is bullshit. I don't want to hear it. Let's be real. So I think that would be like the number one red flag for me.
Well, I definitely feel like, and these other two gentlemen can correct me if I'm wrong, but I definitely feel like y'all do a lot more digging than we do.
Oh, I did a whole background check. You hear me?
Cause I don't do all that. I know I don't do
I guess so. I guess they do. I don't know. It don't get back to me, but I guess they probably do.
I got some security numbers, addresses.
Yeah, you doing too much.
I did it all. I did it all.
You ain't leaving nothing to chance.
Oh, well, let me ask you this, and you might not like this question, but because I was about to let Southside, go ahead, but you pick something in me. Now you do all that digging,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just gonna say
No,
it.
ask it. It's fine.
How does one do all of that digging but still end up with the bullshit type dude?
So I didn't do the digging at first. Here's okay. Y'all want me to break it down?
Yeah, break
I
it
think
down.
I already got
How
it
long we
figured
got?
out.
How long we got? All
For
right.
real.
So I met this person, and he gave me his name. The name he gave me is the name that I initially ran a check on. I'm like, nothing popped up. Nothing. Nothing. I searched the internet, I looked everywhere. Nothing popped up. So I'm like, okay. I guess he's okay or whatever. Nothing.
What
So
name he give you? It ain't nowhere anyway, so you can tell us. It can't be found.
He was a ghost.
Yeah.
La Fontante.
Who?
I'm getting to it. Hold on.
Oh.
I'm getting to it. So I'm Googling the hell out of it. I'm doing the whole shebang. I'm looking. I have this little background search engine thing that I'm a part of that I can look stuff up.
Mercy.
So, I have a daughter. I don't know who's gonna be around my child, and I'm not gonna expose her. What's my name?
Yeah, I'm just making sure I'll be in that deal.
So I look him up, nothing. So whole time he's working on me. He's like, "You're so beautiful," and he's giving me all this attention. We're talking on the phone. We're FaceTime. He's at home. He's like, "I work from home, and I do too. So I'm free to talk or whatever. I don't deal with like talking to people on the phone all day. And if I needed to, I would just hang up and deal with work. So all of that, right? And then a red flag came up, but women, I think so. Another woman mentioned something about him, but there was like no name, no nothing. I'm like, okay. And at first, I didn't realize that she was talking about him specifically. So I'm like, well, name names. Hold on one second. Go upstairs.
Is that him?
No, that's
Oh.
So
I was like, don't get in trouble.
Oh no, you good. I'm just me and my child. But I'm like, name names. To me, I'm the type of person, if something's up, then tell me, because I don't want to be out here looking stupid. Right? Yeah. Don't have me looking like a damn fool because I have a temper. So I'm like, I'm not trying to jeopardize nothing. So the person I spoke to, they told me about what had happened between them. So I was like, I'm not about to rely on you. I don't know you. I deal with him every day. So let's get all of us together and have this conversation like adults, because I'm not going to take your word over his word over. We need to get together and we can figure it out that way. I'm not going to say such and such said this. I'm not doing that. We grown. So I get them together and I'm like, well, here, what happened now? And she was like, I don't want to do this. You just going to have to figure it out for yourself. And I'm like, well, why the hell did you even do all of this if you're not going to give me all of the details? So I understand why she did it. Some women will lash out at other women and, why you coming to me? That's like, I want to fight and get like violent or whatever, start disrespecting people. I'm not that person. So I do understand why she did that, but it was very irritating to me. So it's like, I don't really have a reason to believe what you're saying because you're not giving me any evidence. He spoke his piece. He was like, this is what we talked about. And that's as far as it went. And she didn't deny it. So it was like, okay, whatever, moving on. So then his baby's mother, who I don't know her, like we've never met, but we know the same people. She messaged me. Mind you, this man told me he had 2 children. She messaged me and she's like, well, I just want you to know, this is my daughter's dad. And I was like, oh, really? I'm like, oh, let me get to. So that's when I was like, I don't think a woman is going to inbox me and lie about a child. That's crazy. So that's
I've had it happen to me.
That's to me, that is ridiculous. And this is a child he did not tell me about. So I'm like, who's going to do that? So that's when all the red flags start coming. Mind you, he had been here. He didn't live here at the time. He had been here and he was coming here whenever he wanted to. I was talking to him all day. Like there was really no reason to not believe him up until that point. So I was like, okay, now my spidey senses are tingling. I'm like, I didn't dig hard enough.
Oh, that's the problem.
Right? Why can't I find this person? Right? So I was like, let me look for this job that he told me he had with the Secretary of State.
Oh boy.
So I looked up the job. So I don't know if you all know like how the Secretary of State works, but it's like it'll show like if for a business, it'll show any officers, the registered agent, all of that on there if that is the requirement of the state. So I looked on there and there was a name of a woman with his last name, but a totally different name for him. Antoine Chandar Marnie. Ladies, if you are listening,
oh no,
this Negro tries to talk to you.
It's live, bro.
It's live. We live, bro.
Yeah, it's out.
Anyway,
it's out there.
Now I knew it was him.
Oh my!
Right? I'm like his middle name. Nope. Who has that middle name? Chandar. That's not a very cool name.
I ain't never heard of it.
So I ran a background check on Antoine Chandar Marnie. Everything came up. Everything. He was married to the girl on the Secretary of State. He legally changed his name to Danny LaFontaine a year prior. So nothing came up because nigga, you a damn infant. You fucking one. I'm asking him. So I look, and then the thing is like my fiance, it's my shit. I'm like, this nigga got a whole baby. What the fuck? And then I asked him, I'm like, you changed your name? He's like, oh, I had this past and blah blah. I said, but it said that you have a baby. Oh, she aborted my baby. Blah blah blah. I'm like, well, why'd you take her name? Oh, I just wanted to, appease her grandparents. They've been there for me. Blah blah blah. So I'm like, that's some bullshit. But I let him think I believed it. Did some more. Found the documents where he changed his name. Found the document where all these 7 or 8 kids that he's behind on child support. So I'm like, this mother. And then at the time he was supposed to be like leaving on vacation with his family. So he's like, this whole time he's thinking like, oh, he's still trying to like woo me. I love you so much, trying to like smooth things over. And at this point, I'm like, why are you texting me that? Call me and say it. Right? I'm like,
time out.
Well, you still want him to call you?
Hell no. I just wanted to hear him say it. Because to me, why are you all of a sudden you're texting me? So who the fuck are you with? Right?
My question is this. Okay. This is my question.
Okay.
When you started digging and found out his name was Daddy Fontaine, what went through your did you ever think at that moment, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and cut dude loose because he lied about his name, da 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 da.
At that point, I was like, you motherfucking. That's what I was like, I'm gonna get your ass, because I was mad. I was like, how fucking dare you? How dare you mislead me and trick me into having now my get back is strong as fuck. So I'm like,
so you got feelings by this time.
Right. This is
okay.
So I'm pissed. I'm like,
how long this take? How long these feelings take? Like how long what's his timeline?
For him, it was almost instantly. Like he kept telling me, oh
yeah, we already know he full of shit. Right. He full of shit though. What about you?
Figure out how long
like maybe month 4. I was like, okay, like
month 4?
Mind you, I have this little, don't judge me, I have a requirement. I don't pay for shit, and I don't care how anybody feels about it. I've been in relationships prior to that. I'm not paying for a damn thing, because every time I've done that and made a space to be like, okay, we could do 50-50, I'll pay. It didn't work out.
Well, you got to hold that piece, because I got a question later that gets into that stuff. Okay. But because you got a story.
Let me say, can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
so,
you go ahead.
So I do find it like amazing, like the stories, and not this, and this ain't to question anything you said, but I do find it amazing. Like we all know guys, right? But we rarely know these guys, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like, but I've heard these stories.
Yes, and it's crazy. It's
often.
Crazy.
And it's like, I don't know, like, and you thinking, dang, hope my homeboy, you know what I mean? Like, hope my homeboy ain't, you know what I mean? Like this with female, because you don't know as a guy, but at the same time, I'm also, and like I say, not to you, I'm also like, how bad could this be? Or how often does this thing happen? And, how do you keep running into this? Because a lot of times when I see the issues that are taking place, they're not my issues. They're not my personal things. And I'm always wondering, like, how did you get there? How did,
I've
which is why it
never,
asked about the timeline,
I've never
because
experienced anything. I'm 38.
mhm,
So up until this point, I've never, like, I was married, divorced now. Up until that point, I had never experienced, like, I'd never been in a relationship where I've been cheated on knowingly. You know,
right,
I had never experienced anything like that. So I guess dealing with somebody, I'm not gonna call him narcissistic because I'm not gonna diagnose him. I'm not a psychiatrist, but he definitely had those tendencies. So I've never dealt with anybody who did that, who moved like that.
yeah,
So I didn't know. I honestly
right.
didn't know how to react to that.
Yeah, I just find it, like I said, it's amazing it's actually amazing because I've heard these stories, like horror stories is what they
Yeah.
are, about guys, and you like,
That
that's wild, you know what I mean? Like for somebody to go so far
to lie.
to really do so little, to be
Yeah.
honest. But I don't
It,
know.
he lied about the baby that was the person who left him, that he told me left him, was his wife, and he said that she aborted their baby. Their baby was alive and well, and he was a stay-at-home dad, and he was using
Yeah,
her money and sending it to me. He was
yeah,
he was
I have nothing.
yeah, he was a bum.
I have
Using
nothing.
her benefits to fly all over the country to meet other women, and he's trying to pump babies into everybody. And he typically targeted women who were independent, right? These women who could take care
Yeah.
of themselves, women who were successful in their own right. And then he was just like, he knew he couldn't ask me for money, but I was like, okay, I can help you maybe get a job in the government. Let me see your resume. Then he would get another woman, like with his wife. He was clearly using
Oh,
her.
yeah, the Tinder swindler.
You about to get this joker a government job?
I'll not get him a job. Let's not tell that lie, but I was going to assist because I can write a resume now. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you was dating the Tinder swindler. Y'all see that?
words,
Yeah.
yeah. So I was going to help him because at that point, I'm with you, and I'm willing to help you get to wherever you want to be. Because
where you meet this guy?
Don't judge me. Stupid ass Facebook.
There it is.
It happens.
Right.
There you go.
Right. So
yeah.
And, at that point, I'm new to dating. I was married, divorced. I haven't dated anybody in forever. And before I got married, I wasn't meeting anybody online. And honestly, I stay in the house. I don't meet nobody. Like I'm truly, like, it may not be obvious at this point, but I'm definitely an introvert. I don't go out and just meet people. So it's just not me. So yeah, that whole, like, I love you, like, it's so much more. Like, when the wife, I reached out to her, like, I hope this woman doesn't attack me. I'm gonna be honest with her, and I'm gonna ask her how she know, and I'm gonna tell her the situation. I'm gonna be nice because I want information, and I want her to make her aware. This is what your husband or whoever, this is what he's doing. Now, what you do with this information, that's 100% on you. You don't have to worry about me dealing with him anymore. I am done. And then I found out he was what was he doing? He had a fraudulent business. Guess what I did? Reported that shit right to SBA. Sure the fuck did. You got
Hey, Mark,
20,000 people.
You go ahead and take the question, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I done got in a little bit.
Let's leave him where he is.
Yeah, that's a demon.
Long story
Put that thing back.
There are men out here, like you guys said, you tend to attract independent women, right? Yeah. So I'm assuming that you guys are not like him.
Well, that's a great assumption.
Right.
I appreciate that.
There are men out here who are intentionally seeking out women who don't necessarily look for a man to take care of them, so the women can take care of them, so they can use them.
That's wild. Wait, that's wild. And I just had this conversation like yesterday. That's wild. Like, and y'all two brothers, man, y'all can let me know if this is how y'all feel too. I believe that boys are born naturally with the instinct to provide. I think it's now whether you fight it or not, that's something else. But I believe that most guys take pride, you know what I mean, at some point in that notion or idea to be security, to be a provider. It's like and I'll say this, it's a masculine feel in ways. So I know for me, like, you yearn to do that type of stuff. And I'm saying, even though that there are guys who don't meet that, I still believe, for whatever reason they don't meet that, I still believe that somewhere inside of them, it's an instinct to want to.
I think that would be socially based. I think that is based on environment. I think that feeling is environmentally taught to young men, because I think some men who are, if you grow up around pimps and hustlers or guys like that, then it would be to have women who take care of you. If you are with the homies, like even Tupac said, it feels good putting, money in my mama's mailbox. So I think it depends on the environment that you are in, and then to the magnitude to which you believe provision is.
Mm.
But you know what, though, Mark? Like Dre was saying, I kind of feel what he's saying, and this is why. And Jamie Tatum said, to more than one woman, and that's the problem. But look at it from this perspective. You know how when women get with men, like Kia is describing, people always want to say, oh, women have that nurturing spirit. They feel like they can fix somebody. They want to take care of things. The same way that women are viewed that way, a lot of times, it's like Dre said, men have this overwhelming instinct to protect and provide for. And just because we don't see it a lot now, doesn't mean that the vast majority of men don't have it in them. So to more than one woman, that's the problem. Yeah, a lot of times men, it's just like if I've had situations where go to the store or go to the gas station and I had my son with me, and you'll see a woman getting ready to pump gas, and it's things I want to instill in him. So I go over, you got to do it a certain kind of way now because people are so scary, and for good reason. But I'll go over, hey, ma'am, get in your car and lock your door. Let me pump your gas for you. Things like that, or carrying groceries, or seeing a woman get into any kind of situation and you go step in. And now, I don't know if y'all can see this.
Man, I think think about like social media, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man or woman or whatever, social media is how we communicate with each other in 2023. And what viral are, people being disrespected. And instead of people stopping the disrespect, they start recording it.
Yep.
That's what I've seen. I haven't, there's been some instances, somebody steps in and takes up for this person, whether it be a woman be disrespected.
We see a lot of video. Yeah, we see a lot of video where there are just people standing by and stuff like that. And that's I would say that's a more, I think that's a newer thing. Just social media and the internet has changed things a lot. But I still believe
nobody, I don't know if I'm just not approachable or like what it is, but nobody's ever, like, I remember being in a grocery store. I'm minding my business. I'm in Safeway. I'm in the line, and I hear a man. I don't know who this man is. I heard him say, "Hey, what's your problem?" or something like that, and I ignored him because I didn't realize he was talking to me. I wasn't even looking in his direction, and then all of a sudden, there's this big ass man charging at me. Hey, you bitch! What the fuck are you looking at? And I grabbed the basket, like, hold up, nigga. I'm like, you ain't about. I'm about to run you over with this basket. I don't even know you. Nobody helped me, and there were two men and I had to defend myself in that. It was like maybe 30 seconds, and then he ended up leaving. And then when he left, somebody who was there was just like, I'll walk you to your car. Mother, you could have said something when he was here. I don't need you to walk me to my car at this point. I defended myself.
So, but you know what, though? There is a such thing as a romantic scaredy cat. Because some of these guys are romantic, but they don't want no smoke at all.
Walk me to my car. You say it.
But to clarify, I'm not saying because obviously, there are like so many guys that aren't doing these things, or that aren't providing or security or any of those things. I'm not saying that's what's happening overwhelmingly. What I'm saying is it's in them. They may be fighting. They may have had some type of, like you said, they could have grown up around something different that led them down a certain path. But I think we all still born with certain instincts. Like we can all tap into our core. Like, it's really not a whole lot of pivot that you're going to do from whatever your core is. You remain that. You remain that. It's there. You and the smart people, wise people go back to that. The people that y'all talking about don't, because we all make mistakes moving forward. But you have, when you go back to that core, those core values, that's what kind of makes it. But most guys aren't apparently these days. But what I'm saying is, instinctively, I believe that it's there, like, because of the feeling that it gives you to be able to do so. Like, I don't think people just wake up and want to be bombs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, some things happen and it creates that environment for them to be that. But nobody just says, I want to lay around and depend on somebody or whatever. And that was created, but I think guys, for the most part, have these instincts. It's just, and things, you got to think about how much things have things swinging over time too, because as much as men are more dependent nowadays, apparently, that kind of goes with the balance. Women, as women became more independent, I believe men became more dependent. It's shifting. You know what I mean? So
great. Nice to meet you. I'm an aspiring bum.
You want you a PlayStation 5?
I mean, like, go ahead.
No. I think I need to ask Dre this, because Mark, you already, I think, kind of answered this earlier. Dre, have you ever dated a independent woman that made you feel less than a man? And I guess you can answer this too, Mark. Have you ever dated a woman, period, that made you feel like a man?
Go ahead, Dre.
No, you got it.
I've first of all, I've dated a lot of women. So, well, not player. See? Player is, and so, okay, I'll take player because I'm trying to win the game. So I got to play to win. There you go. So, but I think I've dated women who have, I don't think it was just because of the independent part of them, if that makes sense. I think women, some women, a good number of women do not know how to properly esteem a man. So I don't think it is her trying to make me feel less than, but without the right tools, it inevitably, or she has a propensity to think that the independence allows, her to treat me such way.
Now, before we get to Dre and I move on with some more questions, a question popped up. Tiki said, will the men on the panel date a Eboni K. Williams? Me personally, from what I've seen of her, because honestly, I didn't know who she was until the whole Iyanla soundbite. So from what I have seen, and I've only seen that and her Breakfast Club interview. So just from that, my patience and my nerves aren't set up to date Eboni K. Williams, because that would I'd exit stage left quick, because and like I said in the beginning, it's not that I think what she said to Iyanla was wrong, but the delivery is everything to me. And certain times where I've dealt with women before to where their delivery tends to flow into who they are as a person. If the delivery is harsh, they end up being harsh as women. And if the delivery is cutthroat and not caring about how you feel about it, in the long run, they tend to be those type women. And so I would have to say no.
So I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
That segment, did you watch the whole segment or just that little clip?
I watched the whole segment.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I noticed in the segment she actually agreed with her in the end.
Mm-hmm.
She did.
She did. Yep. She agreed with her, and she was basically asking her the question, looking for guidance, how to bring out my feminine energy and stuff like that. So that's it's pretty much what I wanted to know.
And that's why I felt and said after the fact too that I think she caught a bad rap from that little soundbite, because a lot of people. Most of the people that went at her, especially from the man's side, that's all they heard.
Right.
Yeah.
And they felt some type of way because if they own it. And maybe that's because a lot of them aren't in an ownership position. Maybe a lot of them don't have the foresight to do any more than they're doing. I don't know, but it seems to me like the majority of the men that didn't like what she said are on the boat with the guy you were talking about.
But that's an overwhelming majority of men though that don't own the bus fleets and whatever. So and Iyanla got to that. Like what she tried to articulate was maybe the expectation is a little bit unsorted for the current state or things. Now, not to say these are impossibilities, they're just in the current state. Like how, like we know that ownership is possible, and even a sidebar to that, you know, everybody ain't built to be an owner of something. You know what I mean? Everybody isn't built to be a business owner, entrepreneur, and all that stuff. Some people, you know, we got to have people out here to actually do the work. You know what I mean? As far as on the ground. So
that's right.
But I don't have a problem with her wanting that type of man. You know what I mean? Now, would I date her? I just, it wouldn't have anything to do with that part. Like as far as what she said, for me, it was just her energy. And maybe, and that's why I really can't have a definitive answer, because maybe, you know, these are personalities too, you know, so I can't say on a personal level, if I met her just on a humbug randomly and she could be a cool person. I just didn't necessarily get that from the interview or any footage that I've seen of her that she would be the type of woman that I would pursue to date. Not me, like that, but that's just me. Like she's just not mine.
Yeah, that's me too. What about you, Mark?
I would definitely date her.
Yeah, I figured you would, Mark. You like a challenge.
Well, and so you know what? On the podcast I did last night, they said I like a challenge. I don't necessarily like a challenge. I like the process. And so the difference between me dating her from the way I perceive it is I have an owner's mentality. So I think her encouragement, again, so like I said, I have two brothers who are on Love and Marriage Huntsville, and they're entrepreneurs. My younger, Maurice, the one right under me, who is a lawyer, this dude would sit up all day and read books late in bed. His ex-wife was taking care of, you know, bills and things like that. She literally set the foundation while he was in a sense being like Kia's ex.
Call him that. Don't just some bum.
Well, I'm saying let daddy.
Oh, okay.
Daddy Fontaine.
Daddy Fontaine.
Mr. Fontaine. So in a sense, now it was not the immoral part, but the lazy, the lack of, the seemingly lack of ambition. Now he is a owner. All of that was a foundation. So while his wife vacated prior to the process being complete, his current wife sees the fruit of his labor. My other brother, on the other hand, Marceau, is rooted, grounded, hustle. Well, his problem is he has a problem of getting out of the hustle to spend the quality time. So I think the problem is, and for me, my balance is I didn't want to be financially set before I got my partner, because now I can't determine if my partner's with me for what I can do versus versus me. So that's why I said I could do it as long as the process is correct.
And that right there, what you said is is one of the issues with the mindset of a Eboni K. Williams type, you know, because if you really truly want to know what a person is with you for and things like that, it's very hard to do that if you're here and they may be here financially or career wise. But I also had someone tell me that that's why they feel like people should be equally yoked when it comes to finances.
I'm
And I'm
so
like, you,
I agree.
but see, it sounds good, it sounds great, but how many in the pool that's out here now? If you're, let's say you're a lawyer like Mark's brother, and you meet somebody at a Starbucks, both of y'all in there for coffee. You know, you feel the energy, you introduce yourself, y'all talking or whatever, everything's great. And then it comes to that point of the conversation, and you like, oh, I'm a lawyer. And she or he may be like, oh, well, I just started at I'm a manager at Bojangles. I'm the manager at Bojangles now. Now, are you going to erase everything that was great before that point just because they're a manager at Bojangles?
For me, is this? Do you want me to answer this question?
Yeah, answer it. I want everybody to answer it.
To me, I feel like one, it depends on the person. Some people, like yourself, for example, you're okay with that. So some people are okay. Like for me, for example, I would like to deal with someone who at least can do what I can do. I don't, and let's say we decide to build from where we already are, we can complement each other. If let's say we go long term, we end up living together, and if by chance something crazy happens, bills can't get paid with that salary, now this is a financial liability because you cannot help maintain the household financially. So that matters to me
Let me,
because if you don't have, you can't financially support what we already have based on that salary. It's not going to work for me. For the next person, that might be okay, and there's nothing wrong with it. Like I don't take any issue with it, but I do think that is important. That's not the only thing that should matter, but I think that is something that should be considered for me.
unfortunately or fortunately, if a man uh comes up with that kind of situation, and let's say his salary won't pay something, brother man gonna go out there and do what he got to do
He
to
should.
there and get that up in.
I agree. I think he
Now,
should.
I'm not saying that you're gonna agree with how he does it, but
True.
it's gonna get done.
I
I
just
guarantee you
I
that.
wouldn't want to be in a situation where I said, okay, you know what, I'm gonna be. Let's say I continue to deal with bum ass, right? And I let him move in, which that was something I was against anyway. But let's say I was that person who's like, oh yeah, you can move in and you can do all this, and then like everything really started to reveal itself. Let's again, what if something happens to me? I'm smart enough, like at this stage in my life, I do have savings, I've saved up. But let's say something happens and all those things go away. All finances go away. Me by myself right now, I have a child to support. So what happens to her if I can no longer provide for her and this person is in my house or our house at this point and can't provide for her? Now she doesn't have a stable home. We're and finances matter. People have
Oh
gotten
yeah,
divorced over finances.
oh
That
yeah.
it's important to me.
And
Um
that now what you just said about you have a daughter to take care of, that leads me into my next question. And this is for all
Hold
of
on.
you.
Can I stab at this one before we get out of here?
Yeah, go ahead and stab at it.
I ain't looking at nobody's check for what I want. And the reason why I say that is because I think our community, I strongly believe our community has made finances and sexual proclivity the weight of the relationship. And the truth is, if we take those two away and we really start dealing with people on the simplicity and the totality of who they are, would have better relationships, because money is currency. It's gonna come and it's gonna go. And there's no way I can be sexually promiscuous and then get in a relationship and now demand loyalty. There's also no way I can base my relationship on something called currency when the definition of currency means it goes out, comes back.
but doesn't
Yeah.
that go back to a man wanting to provide? So you may not
we
look.
can live in a tent, and I'm still providing.
Yeah, I was about to say
there's so many different
ways to provide because I can hunt.
Yeah,
I
we
can
got
hunt,
so
I can
many
fish,
different things that
I
we
can build.
socially we have been conditioned, but this conditioning makes us consumers. This conditioning makes us, oh, I want some nice clothes. Man, we're talking about countries where men have been married for years where they wear the same outfit. One of the things, both my brothers are millionaires. My brother used to take $50 and say, this is the only $50 I get to spend all week. Lunch, going out, hanging out. Once this $50 is done, that's my budget. So the thing is, when it comes to money, I believe too many times our relationships are compromised over something that is so simple. If Whitney Houston, and it's one of my favorite songs, is I don't care if we sleep in at Grand Central Station as long as you're here with me. And the truth is, if we ever get back to that, because that's how we got here. They used to make chitlins. That's how we got the Thanksgivings and the mashups, because we ain't got nothing, but we here together and we're gonna enjoy it as a family. We've gotten away from that to keep up with the Joneses.
Do you know why though? It's not even really keeping up with the Joneses as much as it is people are afraid. There's been so much dirt done from men to women and so much dirt done from women to men. People are afraid to totally give themselves and be vulnerable with who they're with. And until we get to a point where we're comfortable with trusting that person that we're connected with and totally getting rid of those fears of those past darn Jezebels and doggone what's my man name? Judases, then we ain't gonna get there. But back to Kia talking about her daughter, and I'm gonna start with Dre, but I want all of you to answer this. At this point in your life, would you seriously date someone that already has children? And I'm not talking about children that's 18 and over. I'm talking about they still have minors. Why or why not? Go ahead, Dre.
I absolutely, because my daughter's a minor. I can't ask for well, I could, but I don't think it's fair to say I won't date a man because he has a young child. I have a young child. That's not fair. I think it's unreasonable to ask for that. Being in the I'm in.
Yeah, I can't do it. Not now.
You can't date a woman with kids?
No, not now. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just beyond that now. You know what I mean? Like even for myself, like I don't want any more kids. You know what I'm saying? So that means, and that's just saying I don't want to raise any more children. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, like I've done that. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of cool on that. So no, it's an easy no for me. Like I'm not gonna, if your kids are small, yes, nah, we can't do it.
I feel you. What about you, Mark?
I'm gonna go again. I try to stay neutral on this. I unfortunately, because I have a 7-year-old, she lives with her mom. But that's not a qualifier. If you got kids, it's a no. But situationally, it could be a possibility. If you have the qualities that I'm looking for, and you just so happen to have a 12-year-old.
12. So I caught that. I caught that.
If you so happen to have somebody, we only got 5 more years.
There you go.
Then I probably good. But if you got like this 2-year-old, 3-year-old thing going on, it's not a hard no. It's a hard hell fuck no.
Yeah, I think it's
like
with
can't do it
at all.
So if you have this relationship with the other parent, there's always some drama, it's always something going on, then that's I wouldn't want to deal with that.
I don't care.
Parent of the year.
Yeah, I don't care at all. I'm just saying, like once you've been down that road and you nearing the end of it.
I ain't there yet. So
yeah, right.
Once you start being able to leave out of the country and your daughter can go to school by herself and all of that stuff on her own,
Yeah.
bro, it hit different when you say, can you pick up some diapers?
I'm ready to go out and leave her at home. I can't go to the gym because I can't leave a 7-year-old.
Right.
I can't wait for her to be able to walk to school by herself.
Right. And so that
I get it.
And I'm gonna be dead honest. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be real honest. I'm not doing shit for your kid. I'm not. I'm not gonna do.
I'm gonna stay mute on that one.
I mean, I'm gonna want to. Now I'm gonna do let me say it this way. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna do shit. I'm not gonna do all the shit. I'm gonna do the shit I want to do, but I'm not just gonna be just,
well, the reason I say
no, bro.
The reason I said I'm gonna stay mute on it is because I know me, and everybody that knows me knows the many situations that I've got into where I make connections with these kids and stuff like that, and then because that's just who I am. I mean, I love kids. I have a freaking nation of them, but so I make these connections with these kids and stuff automatically. Like, so that's why sometimes I've gotten nervous in the past when I meet a woman and she would want me to meet her kids like quick, like before we even really got to know each other yet. Because I'm like, okay, I know that the odds are I'm gonna get connected to this child, and if it doesn't work with us, where does that leave the kid?
But the other thing you saying, King, that is throwing the whole topic off. You keep saying "z." I don't know what that "z" means. Like, right. Like
plural.
It's
rare. It's rare to find a woman. It's rare to find a woman in Kia's position where there's one singular.
No, it ain't.
Shit.
I can't do it at all.
I go to places I know you can't bring kids up.
Okay, well, let's
certain stage. Of course, y'all don't want to, like, once my daughter turns a certain age, as quiet as it's kept, kids are demons when they get together. It's like I don't really want to.
No daycare is going on.
Right. You don't want to do those things.
7? You cute, but you ain't kids cute. you got to be cute. Like kids.
Well,
it don't even matter to me. Like, I don't care how cute she is.
I don't care. Said no.
That is a deal breaker for me. It's over. Like, I'm standing like so solid on that. Like,
no. Listen. I don't even want a pet right now.
Facts.
I don't want to take care of nothing. I want to be like, you go to work. All right, cool. I'm going to go work. Cool. If you know how to eat food, if you ain't hungry and all that, I don't want to walk nothing when I get home. I don't want to forget to feed nothing. I don't even want plants unless it's outside with the sprinkler system. I'm getting.
Yeah,
I mean, that's real.
I'm being 100.
Yeah, that's real.
But off of the kids subject, let's flow to something that has also been real big on the social media circuits and the dating circuits now. And I don't know if I'm going to give my input on it. I'm going to let y'all handle this. But this is a question for Kia. Do you expect a man to pay for outings when you go? And after you answer that, Dre and Mark, do you take it upon yourself to, it's not even a question, you're going to pay for everything with dinners, movies, all of those extracurriculars? Kia, do you expect a man to do that?
If he asks me, yes. If you say, hey, I want to take you out on a date, you took the initiative to ask me to go, you should pay for it. If I ask, then okay, then I'll deal with it, but I'm not asking. So there's that. But it has nothing. So wait, don't laugh. I'm not asking because as I mentioned before, I'm not really the type of person to approach a man. That's just, and that doesn't mean that I think I'm too good to do anything like that. I just I'm not comfortable with it. I feel like, okay, if I'm attracted to somebody, he doesn't say anything to me, cool. Like, it is what it is. So, but again, based on my experiences in the past, I have paid for things in relationships once it got to that point. And I've been in situations where I've done 50-50, paid for days, done all of that. And those men were the ones who screwed me over the most. The men who actually took the initiative to say, okay, I'm going to pay for this. I'll take you on a date. I'll do this. I'll do that. Of course, it ended because I'm here single now, but it didn't necessarily end on bad terms. It was just like, something happened and grew up. We ended on good terms. But again, if you ask me, if you want to go on a date with me, you take the initiative to say, hey, I'm interested in you. Let's go on a date. Then yes, I expect you to pay for it. Absolutely.
That's understandable. Dre, how you look at that?
I mean, just from a personal standpoint, I think it's just gonna be natural for me to do it, even if I don't want to. Like, even if I feel adverse about it, it's just we're gonna. I guess we're kind of gonna lean on that. Like, so for example, like if a woman, asks me out, and we go out on a date, I still feel a certain level of obligation to pay for whatever reason. It's probably I don't know if it's a weird dynamic now, but I just feel like that's what you're supposed to do. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think I'm supposed to be out if I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I can't afford that, I don't think I should be out at the end of the day. So I do think that that's just what I'm going to do. Now, is that something that everybody should do? Probably not. But for me, because first, I'm not going to be out with you if, the only requirement that I have, to be honest, on the date, I just want to enjoy myself. Like, I can do this by myself. Yeah. But if I add you to the equation, then let's make sure that it's an enjoyable experience. That's really it. So me paying for the date, I'll take myself to the movies. It's just a plus one. Or I'll take myself to wherever I'm going, out to eat, whatever it is, walk in the park, whatever. It don't matter. I can do it by myself, but to have a companion with you, it's cool. I just want to enjoy myself. So I don't really care too much about the paying part. It's just it's what's really important is who am I on a date with? You know what I mean? Am I going to enjoy you? Are you fun? Are you going to be in your phone? You know what I mean? All damn night. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. Like, are you that type of person? So, yeah.
I feel you 100% on that. What about you, Mark?
Well, I'm a culmination of them all. I'm paying for the point up to where we don't have no fun. Like, I'm gonna pay for it.
Say that again.
I'm paying up to the point where we don't have fun. Like, when you start going past my fun, like if I take you out to Ruth's Chris and you start ordering appetizers, you're gonna go past my fun. So I'll pay for this part.
Wait a minute. Wait. Now I understand what you meant when you said would it go past my fun.
Yeah.
So you having fun up until you see that bill start going.
No. When you start doing I think some people go to dates and then they be like, "Oh, you got this," and start doing the extras. When you don't have no more respect for what I got, you going past my fun. Right. So that's where my funds start.
But how does she know? You said when she go past what you have. How does she know that if you took her to Ruth's Chris?
Because when I say, hey, we're going to go do this, and this, you got to respectfully know how to stay within the bounds.
He just said be modest.
I'm going to give you an example of how that backfired on me once. Now, I took a lady one time. She came to visit. This was back when I lived in Greenville. She came to visit. Her and I weren't dating, but we were getting to know each other, right? Mm-hmm. She told me, she said, "Yo, I'm bringing my homegirl with me." You know what I mean? Because she got family in the area too. So I'm going to have my friend with me. I'm like, okay, cool. Now, when I went to meet her where they were staying at, the vibe was good with both of them. I was like, okay, if nothing else, we can be cool peoples in the future. We can all be friends. So I was like, yo, Let's go out and get something to eat, right? Now, mind you, I'm not blaming it on the alcohol, but I did have some shots beforehand, and I cannot remember what the name of this restaurant was, but it's downtown Greenville. It's a steakhouse or something. We get up in there, bro.
Halls.
That was it. We get
Got
up
him.
in there, and I'm already knowing, okay, I'm gonna pay for this lady because I know her kinda. But then I'm like, hey, I'm having such a good time. Whatever your friend getting, I'll just take care of everybody, right? Now, there was no way that they could have known that in my head I had a limit to what I wanted to spend because of the kind of place I took them to. Bro, when that bill came back at $500 and something, but I couldn't be mad. I couldn't be mad at nobody.
No. So that's for me. No, I'm not worried about the price. It's the when I'm not having fun no more. So at a certain time, you go out with somebody, and y'all vibing and everything, and then all of a sudden she start getting snippy, or you and she like, and well, I want another drink. Like, nah, bro, we good. We when at a certain point the date feels uncomfortable, that's is like, we probably want to go. No, just get one more. That one more is now on you.
Okay, I got you. Okay. I got you.
The other part is, I think I'm gonna say it like this, like Dave Chappelle opening says, better not leave your wallet, because I mess around and we'll split this thing. I mean, the thing is, I think I am a feminist, true and true. But I think if people talk closet narcissistic women exist in the form of I'm just being a lady, or I do what ladies do. I think sometimes women have this idea that there's a word that I hate so bad, real man. Either you're a man or a boy. So I think the thing is, sometimes women will play on the heartstrings of what society has said men. Bro, when we go out to eat, we are going to eat. If you pick up the bill, I pick up the bill. But I don't have no overwhelming desire to spend all of my money. I don't. There's nothing inside of me.
Right.
Me and Southside Dre are completely different. I am trying to find a way.
No, we're not completely different.
My money.
I know. See, you see how I knew what Halls was. See, I know the places to stay away from.
Right.
See, I'm already.
We can have bottomless mimosas at my house, but we can't have bottomless mimosas out at the restaurant.
Everybody ain't Ruth Chris.
Ask me how many times I've been to Halls.
Twice.
That one.
No. So okay. So here, let me tell you. So my girl, we went to the Palm. We went to the Palm, and the Palm is home of the 5-pound lobster. We in the restaurant, and the table ain't really drinking. The table ain't really drinking. So I'm like, let me see the drink menu. Let me see the drink menu. To come back, they bring me the drink menu. The specials are these. Well, at the time, she didn't want to drink nothing, but it's her birthday. She don't want to drink nothing. So she's like, let me get some Dom Perignon. I'm like, Dom P?
Who?
Yeah.
Like
in here?
Dom P at the liquor store is $200. In the Palm, Dom P is $385 for the bottle. Now I'm like, she didn't understand. So in my heart, she went beyond my fun level. Yeah. I'm just trying to get a little bottle for the table. She went beyond. My bill ended up being $1,500.
No,
but the I paid it because I was having fun.
Okay.
As long as you don't go past my fun, then we're good. But when you doing stuff like, if I'm saying, let me get the dessert menu, I'm gonna order this, let me order that. Because now when he come back,
and
I'm
see that's what we did. No, like I
Well, let
already
me ask you this, Mark. Was that situation a first date?
no, but that's what I'm saying. But it's still for me, if I'm encouraging it and then come out my pocket. My brother told me this a long time ago. He said, "Man, you got to drive my car slow." He said, "If I get in my car and I get in an accident, I can only be mad at me. But if you get in your car and my car and get in an accident, I'm gonna be mad at you and me, and you gonna get the worst of it since I got another outlet." And so
Yeah,
that's kind of how I am when I go. Let me, be like, "Hey, you want another one?" That way, when the drink tab come back and it's $2 million, I can be like, "You know what? I should have stopped myself."
yeah.
But if you just keep on ordering, then I'm gonna be like, "Oh, you just think you out here to take lunch in doggy bags tomorrow? No, put them in the backseat of my car. You ain't getting none of that."
I feel you. I feel you. Well, Kia, let me ask you this:
Okay.
Would you date a man that still lives at home with his parents?
Depends on why. It depends on why. He can't just live there because he doesn't want to do anything. Absolute no code, no go. And even if he is living there, what are you doing to contribute to that household? Because those are your parents.
What?
So it definitely depends on why he's living with his parents, and if he has a plan to get out of there. So
I
it's
feel you. That's a good way to look at it.
Boy,
Dre,
yes, sir.
now
you wouldn't take me. I'll move in with my parents on purpose.
you're a successful man. Let's say you met a woman and she hadn't reached her level of what she deems as success yet.
Mm-hmm.
Age wise, she's, let's say, at least 35 years old to 40,
Right.
but she in an apartment, studio apartment, very settled. She got a nice little Honda or whatever. She ain't doing too much. Could you see yourself building with her?
I
Could you see
mean,
yourself building with her?
that sound like some fun. It sounds like some fun to me. I don't know, like Honda's studio apartments. Yeah, that sounds like vacation. I don't know. Um, but yeah. I think because men, we don't really. Well, I don't think men think about those things as much.
I agree.
I'm sure we do. Men are looking at, but it's never been something that I looked into, like, how much, because I'm, first of all, as a man, I always feel like, part of it is I always feel like I got to take care of me. You know what I mean? Like that's it at the end of the day. So no, it doesn't matter what this next person has, as long as it's just the character of that person. You know what I mean? I look for I'm gonna look for the morals, the character, because somebody can be making, 35 grand versus somebody making 150 grand, and one person can just be a complete nothing, and the other person can be a good person. And like Mark was saying earlier, man, we attach those finances and things of that nature so heavily to these to relationships, to where we're now overlooking the stuff that's truly going to make the relationship, because currency, as you said, it comes and goes, but that character, that moral capacity in that person, that's solid. You know what I mean? So you can always get the money back, but if you would have, somebody that's constantly just going to drag you down, you know what I mean, just purposely, or somebody that's negative all the time, or somebody that whatever your things are, it ain't gonna matter the amount of money. So for me, I never care about, like in this question that you even asked, it comes up because a man will go into a McDonald's, and unfortunately, like, you see a female behind the register back there and be like, hey, if she looked like something and she got a attitude that you whatever, if you feeling that, it ain't gonna matter that she got that hat and that shirt on. It won't matter to me, because I'm not even judging that. At the end of the day, I'm looking at something different. So no, where she works, or studio
I think I know
apartment.
exactly what you're saying. And there's
Yeah.
what I think we need to hear this. Men date, we all date in a puzzle. And I think women build the borders of the puzzle outside and then start building the pieces in. So when you get down to the end, she's already got her border, already got all of this, and now she has to find the pieces that fit inside this puzzle. And that is so hard to do. You got to find a man who has the right temperament, whether that puzzle is she's plugged in kids, religion, career, whatever. Her puzzle is now down to, let's just say, 5, 6, 7 pieces left. But she's already built the outside perimeters and everything. And it takes unique pieces to be those 4. For men, I think men build the puzzle from the inside out. And their relationship is the women on the outside. It's like, I don't care what you look like. I don't care how you are. This is just, my puzzle is complete, and you're just going to give me the border, the frame to my puzzle. And so if you think about it, men date where I could date outside my race, above my age. I could date, financially up, down, whatever, because this border, it has no borders. This puzzle can keep building forever. But for a woman, she's done all of these other things and she's narrowed it down so much that, you got to be the right height. You got to have the right amount of money. You got to have the right temperament. And so I think that's what you were just saying is when you walk into a McDonald's and you see a woman, she smiled at you the right way. This is an opportunity to probably close in the borders.
So do you think you're saying women? So I just want to be clear. Are you placing all women into that?
Most women.
Women, very successful women who I have a friend. I'm not going to say her name, but I have a friend. She's super successful. She met a man who did not have nearly as much as she has. But she liked him. When she met him, he was going through a divorce. She saw all the documents, right? All the paperwork. It was obvious he was not with this woman. And she let him move in, knowing all of this. And she was just happy that he was a good man. I know another woman who's very successful. And she does not seek out men who are as successful as she is. That's not important to her. So I think when it comes to dating, I think we all individually have our own requirements.
Right. Well, I think the way I was saying the requirements is usually for a woman, there is a stricter requirement. As for men, ain't no man is going up to women and saying, you ain't, I don't never think I've ever heard a man say she got to be a certain height tall. I've never heard a man say she got to,
she got to make a certain amount of money.
Yeah, there's I don't care if she lived with her mama and her mama, her daddy, and her ex-husband. If she available and ready to move, I'm just saying,
ready to move.
my mom's a doctor of psychology, and so this is what I've been taught. Women are born with $100 bills in $1 million in $100 bills, and men are born with women are born with $1 million in hundreds, and men are born with $1 million in ones. So when a woman meets a man, he has to have X amount of qualities before she's ready to trade that $100 for those qualities. So if this dude is $40, if he's only worth $40, she ain't gonna cash in $100 for $40.
I think it depends on what stage in life you're in, though, right?
Well, so here's the
key. Yes.
Here's the difference, though. With a man, I got singles. If she worth $3, all I got to do is give her $3. If she worth $10, all I got to. So there's no cashing in. So when you see women say, "Oh, she don't have none of this, or this, or this, or this," she ain't nothing like me. I gave her I got out of her exactly what I wanted out of her. As for women, if he don't have, the respect, the this, the that, that's how men can end up being with a Beyonce and dating a Whoopi Goldberg. Because Whoopi Goldberg only wanted, to be able to go to the drive-through daiquiri. That's it. I ain't got to do much. I ain't got to do all of these extra things to it. So I think that's the difference when we look at the parameters. I think we all have our boxes, but what it takes for me to give that to her versus what it takes a woman to give that to a man, I don't have to sacrifice that much.
Well, at this stage, and this is for all of you, at this stage of where you are in life, from what you know, what you've been through, the whole nine, is love more important to you when it comes to a relationship, or does finances rise above the love part?
Neither one of those.
No, yeah,
I don't want love and I don't want money.
I don't. I think they both for different.
Yeah.
I think if you're with somebody who only financially provides, I don't think, for me, I don't think I would be entirely happy with just that. And I also don't think love is enough to maintain a relationship if you're not happy in other areas. So, um, yeah, I think there needs to be some kind of balance between the two.
Yeah.
There's a weird thing about love that I think when it comes to that. Because, like, when you say love is not enough, I have a different kind of way of viewing that. Because I personally feel like love is the foundation to all that other stuff. Because, especially if it's real love, because I think real love will take care of all those other areas. For example, if a man gets with you and you guys build something and he in turn loves you, he falls in love with you, then if he was washing cars on the side of the road when he met you, the love that he has for you and the him wanting to provide and take care of you and want more for you and want you to be happy, that love is going to push him to maybe not only wash cars now, but start his own car washing business. He's
Right.
going to want to provide more. So I think love can be enough only because if it's real love, it's going to spread out to all those other areas. He's going to want to treat you better. He's going to want to respect you more. He's going to want to not make you look crazy in these streets. He's going to want to provide for you to where you're comfortable, you're happy, all of those things. So that's what I feel like love can do.
Right, but that's you, right?
Yeah,
Everybody,
I'm talking about personally. Yeah, I'm talking about personally.
because we all know people out here hurting people they love every day.
Then they don't, or do they really love
Yeah.
them though?
So
They
even with the love thing, like, so even kind of piggybacking off of that, like, to me, and you guys were just about this, love is easy, right? It's kind of easy. Like,
It
we
really
love
is.
fairly easy. So for me, and this is like you said, this is me. Like, love ain't hard. Like, the it's hard. Like, it's tough for me. Like, I need to like you. You know what I mean? Like, if I don't like you, the foundation is the love part, and that you want. And usually once you love somebody, you probably love them forever. But like don't work like that. You know what I
Yep,
mean?
that's
Like
right.
You can love.
has those ebbs and flows, and it's like, I
Yep.
could like you right now in the beginning, but 6 months or a year and a half, 5 years from now, you worn or whatever it is, I kind of don't like this, or I kind of don't like that. Once you start learning other things, you can still love a person. You can love a person and not like them. You know what I mean? Like, you got family members that you love. You know what I mean? Because you love them, but you don't like them. You don't want to be around them.
All right.
You know what I mean? So to me, the love part, that's kind of easy. You know what I mean? Because there are people that you just almost bound to love just based on their existence. You know what I mean? Like, but we don't like them. You know what I mean? So if I like you, that's when I want to be around you when I like you.
Give me authenticity. Like, my foundation is off. I don't want to build with no fake materials. Even if I can actually love somebody I don't like, and I can like somebody I don't love. The thing for me is if you are who you say you are, I don't care if you got money. I don't care none of those things. I've grown to a point now where I want you to there's a song this guy said, I want you to want me like I want you.
Yeah.
That's all I want. I want you to be so authentic with yourself that even on a day where where you need to treat me bad because you're upset with me, I'm okay with that. And don't know my podcast, The Brown Roots, is predicated off of horticulture, and no tree really keeps his leaves all year round. So I'm okay with us falling out. Just be a real apple tree. Don't fall out and come back next year and talk about something. I'm growing bananas. I can't deal with the I can't deal with this the change game. Give me the real thing no matter what. Even if you don't like me, because if I love you, I'll let you I'm gonna be honest, I'll let you do some shitty things to me if you love me. If you love I'll let my kids talk to me certain times like I'm gonna let you get away with that because I love you. I let people get, but it's got to be authentic. It's got to be authentic. If you love me because of what I can do for you, or because of my money, or because of the way I treat you, because some days I ain't gonna treat you that way. One day my eyes gonna open up and be like, but if you're authentic and I can honestly tell you that's some fucked up shit you did, and I'm gonna sleep on the couch tonight. I still love you. You ain't getting none of this good pleasure tonight. You gotta go to bed hungry. But if it's authentic, just be authentic with me.
And
Yeah.
that should be like a basic thing, though.
Yeah, what? Yeah, all right.
Just
We,
now, I'm
hey,
not saying people do that, right? Everybody does not do that, but I do think that is something that should just be a thing.
yeah,
And
if that was the case, if we could get that, then none of these other things. If we could
right,
get the basics, if we could get life, love, and the pursuit of happiness, if we could get honesty, trust, and respect, if we could get the basics, then we wouldn't even have none of these conversations. You would have never met Daddy.
who?
Oh
Mm,
boy.
We gonna stay off Daddy Fontaine right now. But how do you guys view and I'm asking this because this comes up a lot too in conversations. How do you guys view marriage?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll speak
Go for it.
from the outside. I'm not married, never been married, but I've tried to gain as much information on marriage and things of that nature. But I view it as a partnership, a business, before anything. Like well, love can be the foundation, but that ain't gonna hold it. Um, it's really I think marriage, in order for it to sustain, you have to look at it like a business more so. I think the love part of it is if you think about some of the originations of marriage, they were arranged, right? And it was for power. You know what I mean? They put two people together to try to build a family, like bring more power to the family.
Dynasty.
You know what I mean? So I think that we start, especially in the Western world, started getting so far away from that through love and these feelings that you feel inside.
Love comes all attitudes and the romanticizing of marriage. It's not all romance.
Right. And so if you look at it from more of a partnership business, then you'll be able to deal with the ebbs and flows a lot better, because okay, it's not going to always be great, good, bad, or indifferent. It's going to move. So we have to figure out, if this is a company, how do we keep this thing going? What make the best moves to make sure we're successful and things of that nature, and leave a dynasty, like you said, Mark, leave a dynasty. Those are the things that I think are missing from marriages now, which is why people they get married and it don't even seem serious. It's like marriage is almost like this is my girlfriend today, and then I'll marry her, and then it's okay for me to be out, 6 months. They don't take it seriously, so and it ends so fast. But at the end of the day, for me, it just feels like it should be looked at more from a partnership business standpoint than it does now. And I think these marriages are probably sustained. And I don't mean finances only or anything like that. Just the marriage itself, all of it. So
yeah,
that's how I view it now.
How do you feel about marriage, Mark?
I despise it in its totality. And the reason why is because I think people no longer have stick to itiveness, like he was saying. I think the problem is I think people go into it for selfish reasons. And so for me, the biggest part of I think that I'm learning out of life is authenticity and 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 genuineness. And when I say that is if to me everything is a choice. So I think if I'm going to get married, I don't need paper, I don't need a ring or things of that nature. I'm going to make a choice that no matter what you do for the rest of your life, I'm going to stick by your side for that. And so for me, I think that long after the love is gone, the like is gone, the money is gone, the looks and all of those, I still honor my choice. So for me, marriage is nothing more than honoring my word. When you honor your word, then there's nothing, what can drive you off your word. So I think for me, it's the ability to be trustworthy when you say something. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. And so what I have for that example is if 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 I'm dating a woman and I break up with her and she can talk her way back into my life, then I never should have broke up with her. But if I break up with her and I meet another woman and she recognizes that when I say, "Hey, can't nobody take you away from me," she's got to be able to count on my word. That's how you build trust, even when it hurts, even when it feels bad, even when it does that. And I think we've done it in areas of parenting. We've done it in areas of pursuit of our hopes and our, weight goals and finances. But I think when it comes to matters of the heart, you have got to put your word behind it. And then anything y'all do in your relationship is beautiful. If you say, "Hey, babe, I'm gonna be with you no matter how much weight you gain," and you honor your word, you're married. It's when you break your word to me, when you break your word, that's when you can't be married. If you cannot have integrity enough to keep your word, then then you shouldn't get married. But marriage to me is all about your ability for your word to be valued.
I feel that. What do you think about it, Kia?
For me, having been married and divorced, I think um in my situation, I don't think neither one of us, I don't think we knew each other well enough to be married. Because here, and I feel like with marriages, each person in this marriage should be willing to compromise, right? You can't have it all. There should be some kind of compromise. There should be, like I said earlier, wherever you fall short, I should be able to pick up from there and vice versa. And I'm not sure if a lot of people are there. I don't think people, I think in the comments, I don't know who said it. Oh, here we go. Trisha. She's saying people celebrate the wedding. It's like people are so like they want the celebration of a wedding. They love the title of being a husband or a wife, but they don't fully understand what comes with that. That's a responsibility. It's not gonna. There's no. Oh, there's this honeymoon phase. The honeymoon phase when y'all dated. That's done and
Yeah,
over with. Like
yeah.
you get married, that's when the real shit starts. You're no longer dating. You are together. You are in this situation, in this marriage to build together. And when one person stops doing that, then whatever those boundaries are, whatever you all agree to, whatever their definition of building is, one person stops doing that, now you did not agree to the terms of our contract. So I don't think everybody, I don't know if they don't have these. I know with my marriage, I think we both went into it again not really knowing each other. We did not live with each other prior to marriage. I think that's very important because you do not know somebody until you live with them. So um you should. I absolutely agree you should live with somebody. You should know if certain things bother you, cleaning habits. If you a stickler for a clean house, and this person is constantly dirtying up the house, that to me should matter. If you're a stickler for finances, that should matter. If I fall short in maybe taking care of, let's say I have, financially irresponsible, my partner should be okay with picking up that slack. But I'm not saying they should do it by themselves. We're in a team, we're doing this together. I don't think anybody nowadays, they're not doing that. And then if there is an issue, there should be some kind of steps. There should be steps taken to fix it. And when there's one person who's not willing to take the steps to fix whatever those issues are, that's another problem. I don't think people are willing to do that.
And see, a lot of what you're saying and what Mark said and what Dre said, those sound like they're close to traditional qualities. And we know that that's been a big thing as well. So, to you guys, do you think that for yourself and for the majority of other people, do you think people truly, at its essence, want that traditional type
No,
relationship or the modern?
no, I don't want traditional, honestly, because traditional wives, they don't take care of the kids, do all, and the husband does everything. That's my definition of traditional. I don't want that. And I don't feel like, okay, marriage in the vows is forever, for better or for worse. But I'm not going to continue to stay in a situation where I'm being mistreated, and then for better or for worse, because you can't just continue to mistreat me consistently and I stick around and just deal with it. And now I'm miserable in this relationship. Absolutely not. I will leave before I allow somebody to mistreat me. And now that I have a daughter, nope, she's not going to watch me allow somebody to mistreat me, because I don't want her to grow up and think it's normal to get mistreated.
Well, let me ask you this, Kia.
Mm-hmm.
On that line there, because I had a conversation with my youngest daughter's mom after the whole Ebony thing blew up, and we had a conversation about. She said how she wanted to instill certain things in our daughter, and I said my view on it. Now, what is your definition of mistreatment? Because a lot of people view the man saying he'll be there at 4 but coming in at 6 is mistreatment, and that's enough to leave. So what do you deem as mistreatment?
Violating the terms of whatever we agreed on. So we agreed that we are exclusive in the relationship, and you cheat, and you can now, I'm not going to continue to be in a relationship. Some people do. But if you cuss me out and call me out of my name, if you hit me, basic things that nobody should be doing, if you disrespect me, if you don't have my back when I need you to have my back, if you use me only for the benefit of yourself, because we're a team, we're in this together. Whatever I do is not for the benefit of me in a marriage. We're doing this for us. So if you're doing something that's solely for the benefit of yourself, and it's a problem for me, then yes, I have a problem with it. If you abuse finances, if you abuse my daughter, if you're sleeping with other people, if you're going on trips by yourself without saying anything to me first, I don't necessarily think staying out a couple hours late is a problem. It just depends on if it's a habit and where you were.
So if your man, this hypothetical here is kind of hypothetical and it's kind of real at the same time. But if your man, let's say, loves Jodeci, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you break his Jodeci CD and he call you a bitch. He's called you out of your name and he said it in anger and he's real pissed off about it. is that on the level of mistreatment to where you're now second guessing whether you want to continue on with this man?
If I break his CD on purpose,
However you did it, it got broke.
it's an accident. And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, it was an accident. Now, if I intentionally break that CD, now we're disrespecting each other.
But if you're sorry and he still goes on with his anger and he calling you out your name,
we absolutely, because I'm sorry, I did not mean to do this, and you still that angry with me that you're gonna start disrespecting me and calling me out of my name, even though I am sorry. You know it's an accident. You can't do that. Like, because I wouldn't do that. I'm not the type of person. If somebody is sorry about something, they did not do it on purpose. It's very clear that it's not something that they intended to do. I'm not gonna disrespect them. That's not the type of person that I am.
This next comment is sponsored by I Disagree.
I was about to come to you too, because I saw the look on your face. And I was like, Mark got something to say about that.
If you're going to be married, if you're going to be successful at anything, you're going to do everything you don't like to get there. For me personally, the people, and maybe I just, there's not a lot of Americans out there who can understand this part. But if you're an American, then you can understand the people you love hurt you the most.
They do, but go out of your way to hurt somebody. That's
they gonna go out their way.
Go out the door.
And for me, and for me, have been married and released from duty. I understand that if I'm going to make it, see, I think here's the one. The first time I did it, I didn't have the rules. It's like raising kids. The first time you raise a kid, you ain't got the rules and you don't know what the handbook is. By that second child, you ain't jumping up every time they cry. You ain't mad. You ain't running out. You ain't buying white carpet because you know that they gonna ruin the white carpet. And so I think the second go round, I'm in this because I'm in it, which means I take longer to make that second selection. And so when I make that second selection and you cuss me out because I broke the Jodas's seat, I'm gonna just have to be cussed out for a little while. I'm just gonna have to.
I think it's disrespectful to even like. It's okay, cuss you out like, goddamn, you broke my fucking.
I don't care how bad you. If she go out and cheat, I don't care.
You broke my motherfucking CD. That's a different level of disrespect. It's like, damn, like it's a CD. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't
feel you. I feel that, but my respect does not come from you.
Huh?
I feel that, but my respect doesn't come from you. So what I'm saying, I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying you can cuss me out. You can call me the N-word. You can call me out my name. I know authenticity. I know who I am still. Even if you go out and cheat, I know who I am still. The problem is this, and I'm saying this, and this is a hard one, and this is where I usually lose a lot of people. We done had people cheat on us, and we still love them. So I ain't finna throw away my marriage now.
I wouldn't.
There's a movie.
I'll be like, we're done.
I feel you, but there's a movie called The Vow. And the lady says, "How could you stay with him? He cheated on you." And the lady says, she was ready to go. And she said she was going to throw away the relationship. She said, "Why would I throw away the relationship over the one thing he's done bad and discount all the good things he's done good?" And I think too often we are ready to throw away relationship. I've been through a hard time in my relationship, but I ain't ready to give up. And how do you know I'm a success or a champion or I'm triumphant? It's because I didn't give up even when it got hard and when it got hopeless and when it got bleak and when it got the one part of even if we don't like the Star Spangled Banner, it says through the perilous night. That night wasn't supposed to come. It was the worst night ever. But at the dawn, you saw the twilight's gleaming. You saw it. You saw the flag was still there. You saw it persevere. So how can I tell you about the marriage or about the relationship or about the love if I don't persevere?
Let me say this. You know that man's serious when he bring the Star Spangled Banner into the damn conversation. Because I swear I did not see that coming. But Dre, what do you feel about this, Dre?
Just to piggyback on the cheating part. So yeah, I think cheating, as Mark is kind of saying, well, and maybe this ain't what you're saying, but I think cheating can be overrated, right? Like cheating is essentially, like, think about it like this. If you expect someone to be faithful throughout an entire relationship, what are you expecting, right? Perfection, right? In some shape, form, or fashion. Like, people make mistakes in all different facets. You know, somebody can be horrible at finances and crumble this whole relationship, which is one of the number one reasons why relationships don't work either. But cheating seems, especially in our community, it gets that rap that this is the one thing that destroyed that nobody can come back from. It's the worst thing you could ever do. And as Mark said, this person, you overlooking all of the good things that happen, and for this a mistake that a person made, and everybody makes mistakes. So where do we draw these lines on what mistake is the mistake at the end of the day? Like, what makes that? Because we all have different strengths and different weaknesses. Everybody ain't even cheating. Well, technically cheating compatible. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I use this example. Like, do we expect, you know, the Michael Jordans and, you know, these people of the world to be like completely 100% perfect at that? Is that like a real expectation? Like, for the guys or women who have sex thrown at them 1,000 times a day at the end of the day, and they, you know, they may fail that one time, but they're good at it. Like for Kevin Hart, it happened to him, right? He got caught up in some bullshit, right? Yeah. But I just remember the time that was video by the girls or whatever. Right. So, but either way, these guys are being like, so there's levels to that. These guys are being pursued in that way. So their challenges is going to be different from the next person that ain't nobody, you know, coming at everybody in the same way. Some people are more, let's be clear, are more attractive people, and it's just going to happen to them. They have more money, more things going on. Success draws people, you know, good looks or whatever you want to call it. So they're going to get that a lot more than some other people. So that challenge might not be as grim.
But it's still up to that person to decide.
Okay, I got a question for the panel. I got a question for the panel. Why do we claim such moral responsibility when we get in relationships while not practicing that same responsibility and discipline until we get to that relationship?
That's not the life I live. I don't expect anything of anybody that I'm not already doing myself. So if I ask for somebody to not cheat on me at any level or any stage in my life, I expect them to give me the same respect in that relationship.
No, right. But I'm saying here's what I mean. Most of us get in relationships without our virginity.
Okay.
Most of us get in relationships without have been married to the person we lost our virginity to. Most of us have all of these experiences prior to our relationship, and now all of a sudden we practice moral or sexual discipline. So
it depends. If you're in a committed relationship, you should, to me, why are you even seeking out other people? I understand things happen.
No. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying.
Hold on, Mark. This is where I disagree with that. Only because I think Kevin Samuels had that a lot. That was his core too. My thing is this: I feel like, and this is just me personally, I feel like no matter what a person did previously, everybody has a right to decide when they're going to change and not accept something they may have accepted before, not do something that they may have done before. So yeah, most of us aren't virgins when we get to the place to where we say, hey, no, cheating is my darn bottom line. You're not gonna do it. But we can make that choice to say, okay, just because something was accepted then, I'm at a point in my life where I may not accept that anymore.
No, I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying though is, if we practice that and if we taught that, then the propensity to cheat would be so much less. If here's what I'm saying, if we all do following distances are correct on the road, there's going to be so many fewer accidents. If we all practice having our insurance and only driving if we have license, it's going to be so many fewer accidents or hijackings or whatever the case may be. The point I'm making is we have a society that is reckless and wild. And then all of a sudden, because perfect practice only makes you better. So with no practice of this sexual discipline, you get in a relationship and now all of a sudden you got to practice it.
Because you expect that person, you expect them to not go out and sleep with other
people. But
people.
they've never done that before in their life is the point I'm saying.
Their expectations changed.
Yeah, right. And if you agree with that other person that it's going to be just me and you agreed to not step outside of the boundaries of your.
Okay.
So what if I agree? What if we agree? What if we agree that you don't go buy that purse, or you don't? But you say that at the end of the day, whatever your thing is, it's your thing. Find your weakness. Whatever thing is that you struggle with the most, find that thing and say, now, and you're gonna tell that man, I'm never gonna do that. And when you do it, and it does something to the relationship, because it can. There are so many different things that can impact a relationship outside of that one thing. But find your weakness, because what happens is that's not everybody's weakness, but we give that the value that we place on someone else's weakness, possibly, versus their strength, because another person might not have your weakness, whatever that is. So, and that could be a deal breaker for that person. So
let me say this to piggyback on what he's saying so that women can hear it. Emotionally and verbally cheating is equal to sexually cheating for men.
Say that again.
Emotional and verbal cheating is equal to sexually cheating.
To physically cheating.
Yeah. So a lot of women think, well, I didn't do anything, but when you start withholding from me, you are technically starting to cheat.
Yeah, it's like for me, it's just, I just think the value that we place on things, because it fluctuates. I know people that have they're never gonna cheat. It's just not what they've never cheated, most likely, and they're never gonna cheat because that's just not what they do. And then I know people that's the opposite of that, but the same people that never cheat and all of that, they have their stuff. You know what I mean? It's just not that at the end of the day. So
I guess the thing, what I'm saying is the balance with is this, and this is what I think he's also saying is, some men will never hit a woman, ever. Some women will never hit a man, but some women will say, you bitch ass nigga. That right there is a hit. You never put a hand on them. And what we don't understand, and I think that's where the communication in men and women is, the way you do it equates to what it feels like to me.
And I think that's something that needs to be discussed, right?
It's been discussed for years in society.
Two people who are involved with each other. Those people need to talk to each other about what their boundaries are and what their standards are, and then work from there. Whatever they agree upon.
No, I don't disagree with that. I'm saying this is what I'm saying is hard. When a woman gets mad at her man and holds it back, oftentimes is the same way as if a man steps out. It looks different, but they're the same way.
But I think that's where the disconnect comes, because there are a lot of people who getting in relationships and they're building before they totally
Communicate.
the best of their ability, know the person they're with.
But here's the other thing. Here's
Don't-
another one I'll add to that. A lot of men can't come and tell you. A lot of men cannot tell their women the truth because women won't accept it.
It got quiet, didn't it, Dre?
The crickets.
Define truth. Like, give me an example of
Yeah.
something.
Baby, I love you and I want to be with you only. Every once in a while, I want to step out and get some.
And bye.
And I
Don't do
agree.
that then. You just can't.
Wait. I agree with that. And here's the problem. But because I really love you, I lied to myself now.
Well,
And
then,
because I lied to myself now, I'm trying to do this. And eventually, guess what I'm going to do? Live my truth. So
because the truth always comes out.
right. So the problem is that, and so here's the thing. This goes right back to the dude that you were talking about. Eventually, if women start not accepting, but listening to the truth without dismissing it, because you got a dude that you don't want to accept because he's telling you the truth, while 90% of the people who you breaking up with have lied to you for not telling you the truth.
Which way you want it?
You want the long, my heart's in it,
You
or
prefer
you
to
want
lie?
it hard and fast?
at me, I can't speak for any of the other women that he dealt with. I can't speak for all women of the world, but for me, I prefer the truth. If you don't give me the opportunity to make a choice for myself, I have a problem. You took away my choice.
And I've heard that a lot of times from women.
That's real.
There's a lot of women who you'd be surprised how many women you can be honest with and they will accept those things.
Yeah,
That's
three
facts.
of them. All three of them.
For me, if I lie to you, that's a violation. Don't lie to me. Give me the opportunity to choose if I want to be in that situation or not.
Everybody, you don't lie.
If every woman was listening to that, this would have been solved. Men been saying this for a long time ago.
I can't speak for all women.
No, I'm just saying the truth. Being able to tell women the truth a long time ago. The age-old thing is men are literally men have told the truth about not wearing makeup, and women still don't believe that truth.
And it sounds, you know what I hear? I'm going to lie because I want what I want, and that sounds very selfish to me.
It does, but you know what else sounds sounds more selfish than that? I'm gonna believe this lie knowing it's a lie.
That's on them.
But that's
you know what I wish. I wish that I had invited another woman to be on this, because it feels. I mean, you handling it.
I don't want to give it to her,
but I just feel like, and that's not to say that another woman would totally agree with you. I just like to have even kind of playing.
We got to do this again. That's why I said there's got to be a part two.
Absolutely, there are plenty of women. Like let's like switch gears. There are plenty of women who are like, and I know y'all probably sick of me touching on finances, right?
No, I'm not sick of it at all.
But there are plenty of women who are like, I'll do 50-50. I am 100% against 50-50. 100, absolutely not. I'm not going 50-50 on bills, right?
So where are you at? If you're not,
tell me where you're going at right now on bills.
If we live together, and
no, he asked where you at right now on bills.
I'm paying them by myself because I have to. But if I'm living with a man and he's insisting on splitting the bills 50-50, that's not to say I'm not going to contribute. I'm going to take the money that I make and I'm going to invest it somewhere for both of us.
That's 50-50.
No, I said on bills.
But that's 50-50.
Let me ask you this, Kia. If hypothetically, if you're in that situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
If a man, let's say your man is paying all of the bills, all of that, right? One day you find out that he has a stash somewhere. Are you going to feel some type of way if you weren't a part of that stash?
Nope, because I got my own money. Absolutely not. You have
Wait.
and that's fine.
You know what, Kia? To be fair, right now you are giving the most guarded per
I
self-preservation
am.
answer.
Absolutely. I don't
Okay, so that so
I,
a part of what you say is a little is a little different because you saying, yeah, I ain't going with nobody because I got my own shit, my
yeah,
own thing going on.
but once we're in it together, don't ask me to pay bills. Like, you pay the bills, I will take care of everything else. I got you.
Yeah.
If you fall short on those bills, I got you.
Then
But
you 50-50.
that's your definition. I'm
Nah,
talking
she talking about the 50-50 where
bills.
he paid the light bill, she paid the
Right.
cable.
That's
He
what I'm
paid half of the
talking about.
mortgage, she
Outside.
Or
paid half the
even if,
mortgage.
okay, so here's the other part of 50-50 that we really not dividing. If we pay $3,200 and you take that your money and you put it toward the investment, we still 50-50.
That's your definition, though. You were trying.
No, I'm not. I'm saying you just move the numbers into
Yeah, you move the money
I'll
around.
say this, Mark. That wouldn't feel like 50-50 to
It's
me.
not, because when
If I'm paying $3,200 on a mortgage and she putting her money in an investment somewhere that we don't know is going to work, because an investment is just that. That's a crapshoot. You know what I mean?
But
it's
at
still
the same time,
it's still money.
the way the
She
numbers
can she can pull that money out of that investment anytime she want to. That $3,200.
No. See, so here's the thing, and this is what I'm saying by 50-50. If I'm paying these bills, and are you doing investments for us, or are you doing investments by yourself?
How will you know?
For me, it's for us. For us.
That's how you know, Salih. Like, it's 50-50, so it's still half the money. If she
That's
pulled
what
it
I'm
out,
saying. We 50-50
it's
no
my
matter
money too.
what.
To me, investing, okay, you said investments are a crapshoot. You know what makes money, almost guaranteed to make money, is property. So that's why I'm investing our money. We are going to make money if I invest. I'm doing.
You
still spending your money.
I get
elsewhere.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. I'm talking about bills, and I don't want to split bills.
I heard you, but
you're
still
strictly talking about bills,
right? But and ultimately, and that's fine that you had that preference. But if you're still spending your money,
that's what I'm saying.
It don't matter what to me, and that's like you saying to you. It wouldn't matter if you spending it on this, that, or the other. Like, are you saying, well, you're not gonna, if you spending that money on groceries, then you still contributing to the household?
I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying
that's 50.
If I'm living with somebody and they're saying, hey, I'm not saying I completely refuse to do it, but if somebody's saying, in order to live with me, we have to split the bills in the house 50-50.
No, that's not what 50-50 is not. In order, there's 50-50 means you are financially putting into our future.
Like, because the other way is you don't give anything.
Yeah,
like I pay for everything and you just
then it's not 50-50. But if you're putting your money somewhere else, you get your check and you go spend it on Disneyland and purses. That's not 50-50.
No, it's not. Absolutely.
But if you get your check and you go pay for our 401k, our retirement, our nest egg, then you are 50-50.
Ultimately, I mean, technically, but if you look at it from the standpoint of bills,
if we both come home, if we both come home and put money in the pot, and half of your check goes to the water, and half of my check goes to the water, and half of my check goes to the investment, and half of your check goes to the investment, you 50-50.
But you know where the problem comes in with this 50-50 type thing is the lack of communication that's attached to it.
Right.
Because I saw a video, and you guys may have seen it too. I don't know if it was a skit or not, but there was this video where this guy bought a house, and the woman was upset because she said that 80% of the money that came for the house was out of her account. They had a joint account, but she said 80% of the money was what she had put in. So she had a problem with it. She was like, no, you better get this money back. That ain't my house.
From her account?
No, they had a joint account.
So how's it?
But she's putting more money in the account, is what
she put more in it than he did.
Right.
Well, she agreed to have a joint account with his name on it. That's no longer just her money. That is yours. That's your money together. Once
But that's not the way she looked at it
She want
because
to
the
itemize it back
right.
communication,
out.
because of the
And
breakdown of communication, he didn't even tell her, hey, this is the house I'm looking at.
oh,
This is what it, he
Right.
just went in there and got the money and then, hey,
oh,
surprise,
he should have said something to her because that is an account that they share together.
the
Or
communication. The
An
Or-
episode of
communication.
Martin.
they trust each other. See,
No.
here's another problem. By the time we get to 90% of these problems, you acting like we ain't trust. When I sign my name on the joint account, whatever you do with it, I gotta trust you.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with that scenario. First of all, to buy a house, if he put the money down on the house, where did she sign on the document? Her name for that house is in his
She put her money in the joint account. That's where she
Yeah.
trusted him.
document. To buy the house has to have her name on it, otherwise it's not her house.
Yeah,
And
exactly. Exactly.
His house. So he
His name is on it, but yeah.
and bought a house with money that was both of theirs that her name is no longer on. I will be pissed. I will be angry about that because why didn't you inform me so that I could sign that paper too?
see, because truthfully, sometimes and here's the thing, and this is where I have a problem with the whole 50-50 argument. If we are having unprotected sex, I don't care what you do with my money. I can't get my life back. If you come home with, we don't have 50-50 on the HIV or 3-letter or none of them. So it's what you do with my money. That's what I'm saying. We put our emphasis in the wrong places. If
You don't think
Well,
go back to this house situation. If he died and her name is not on the house, let's say they're not married, right? Let's say they're just in a relationship. There's no common law involved. He dies, she does not get that house.
yeah, because this particular couple, they hadn't got married yet. They were engaged.
So, but here's the other part to it is,
Yeah.
can you hear? Now I'm gonna ask this because I think women might want to start asking this question. If you are having unprotected sex with someone, aren't you at a level where it doesn't matter if it's 50-50?
Huh?
If you are having unprotected sex in a relationship,
Yeah.
shouldn't you already be at a level where it doesn't matter if it's 50-50?
Hell no.
Hold on, let me show you why. You're taking a bigger risk with your body than your money.
We know this, but have you ever, and you ain't got to answer this if you don't want to, Mark, have you ever had sex with somebody you weren't in a relationship with?
Yes.
Exactly.
But
so how you going?
But you know what I did with that person too? You know what I did with that person too? I wrapped it the fuck up.
But you still having sex though.
No. That's what I'm saying. If I'm having unprotected sex in a relationship for a period of time, if I put what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, if I get in, if I'm really, the one thing I can get more of is money. The one thing I can't get more of is a body. I am more conscious about who I share my body with as opposed to who I share my money with.
Yeah, they kind of equal for me, bro.
I think it should be that way for both.
Yeah.
No, if I'm sharing my body, I don't care what we do with the money.
Well, and let's be clear now. Yeah, y'all know for sure. Most people, it ain't both.
Yeah, most people is not.
Come on now.
Yeah, some women will share
that body all
over.
Men too.
Yeah, everybody.
Men too.
Right. But what I'm saying is, by the time we get in a relationship and I'm having unprotected sex with you, I can go out and get another job. What I can't do is go out and you done messed around and brought me home some herpes.
So you're looking at it from a point of view of your woman being reckless and out there just doing whatever.
Right. I'd rather you be reckless financially than reckless sexually.
Well, if you look at it from an either or type thing, then yeah, I'd rather lose. I'd rather lose $10,000. I'd rather lose $10,000 than get AIDS. Yeah,
right. So, and that's what I'm saying. If you start saying the person that I'm having share my body with, I got to be more conscious about that than by the time you get to the money 50-50, you should feel that much safer.
We should, but we all know that that's not the world we live in now.
Every
I
time
know it. And that's part of the problem is because we worried about the dollars and not about the STDs.
that all of that stuff matters though. Like for me, I care about getting any type of cootie. Okay, I ain't trying to get no damn cooties. I need things to be together over here. But like I said this earlier. Every single time I've made space for a man to be like, I'm gonna make it easier for you financially. I have gotten screwed over. For me, I am not willing to do that again.
Oh, there's bankruptcy.
Let me ask you this, Kia. Let me ask you this. With that being said, what does your and this is for Mark and Dre as well. What does your checklist look like now? Because I hear you say, I've done this, I'm not doing it again. Da 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 da. What does you guys' checklist look like now for an ideal relationship?
To me, the absolute most important thing to me in a relationship is as hard as it may seem to believe is communication, right? So if we don't communicate with each other, we're never gonna see eye to eye on anything. There's gonna be all kinds of surprises, right? So I need somebody to communicate with me. If you feel some type of way about something, and I did it yesterday, don't wait a month to bring it up, because now I'm looking like, what are you talking about? Why didn't you say something when it happened? Now I do understand some people aren't good at addressing issues immediately, right? But I still think communication is important. I think financially, I'm not saying you have to make $1 million, you have to make X amount of dollars more than me. As long as you can afford to do what I can afford to do, I'm cool with that. You don't have to own property, but can you support yourself? Do you need me to survive? If not, great. How do you feel about kids? If you have a problem with me having a child, that's going to be a problem for me. Do you? If you think, like you all said, cheating is a mistake for me, that's a problem for me. I don't know if I've been cheated on, but clearly I've been cheated with. And I can imagine how that woman, how felt.
What?
I'm being honest with that.
Right.
I'm leaving Dre. That's on you, Southside.
I was cheated with. And the hurt that she felt, I don't ever want to feel like that. I have no desire to feel the way she felt. And for me, I don't want to have to ask another woman questions. Like she had all the questions and I answered them.
Nobody wants to.
Right. And I hear you.
And you don't have to accept it and all of that thing and all of that stuff. But what I would ask is look inside yourself as well. Like there are things like you have to give yourself that same once over. Like for a person that looks inside themselves and say, these are my weaknesses. These are the things at the end of the day. I'm not saying anybody has to accept it. I wouldn't accept it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that it's something that I'm cool with. I'm just saying we look at it as though it's not a mistake like every other mistake that's made.
Well, I think we all have our hard nose, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For me, for the next person, that's not something I'm willing to walk away based on that situation. For me, that is a hard no. Because I know I'm not going to be able to trust that person. I'm always going to be, what are you like thinking? Like, oh, you gonna go out and cheat because you did it before? And I'm I'm loyal to people who I should not be loyal. That's a flaw. Like
I'm gonna be the same way. If someone cheats on me, I'm gonna be the same way as you. The problem is I'm not gonna vilify them. You know what I'm? But it's a mistake. Like, it's just like something like
because you knew it was wrong and you still did it.
Have you never done anything wrong?
You're never gonna drive again.
I've done things wrong, and if it's a hard boundary for somebody, and
do you respect being vilified over that wrongdoing? Do you respect that?
It depends. If they said this is a hard no,
it can't depend because it can't. How? Why?
Hard no for me, and I decide to make the choice to do that hard no anyway. I am wrong as hell.
But here's the problem: you it's a hard no to speed. It's a hard. There's a hard no to not speed.
But all of those things that we're talking about right now are case by case things.
Right. We
And
all
this
have
is why I say that. Before I got cheated on, I always said, if a woman ever cheat on me, I'm out. I don't care what the reason was for until it actually happened. And there was so many in my situation, there was so many things that were larger than her cheating, is to where I stayed in it. You know what I mean? So all of that I was saying beforehand, ain't no way, da 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 da. A lot of that stuff changes depending on what's going on in that situation. Because there are a lot of things that we've said we'll never put up with. Oh, if my boss talked to me a certain kind of way, I quit. I ain't gonna take that shit. Okay, what happens when your boss talk to you that kind of way though, and you thinking about having these bills to pay and doggone keeping your job or finding another one? A lot of people, now it's some people that'll quit, but a lot more times than not, the person will just talk shit about it with their coworkers.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But they're gonna go to work the next day.
And I just don't want it to be missed that I'm not dealing with cheating either, but I'm also gonna say it's a human. It made a mistake the same way the next human made that mistake or that mistake. People just have different.
Yeah, I got to keep going on the path of looking for somebody who won't make mistakes. And in 2023 years, I have not heard of many men who have not made this, or women who have not made this mistake. So that
Which one?
I can't do it.
I'm saying whether it be disrespect, whether it be cheating, whether it be whatever the case it is.
I don't think some mistakes are bigger than others, though.
No, not at all.
There are.
Yeah.
It's according to who's, you know.
Right. It's on everybody's different.
The only mistakes that I think are bigger are those done to kids.
And I was about to say that's a hard no for me.
Hell no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's to my kid, we probably know. But if it's anything else,
that's the thing. I think, and I'm not saying you specifically, I think in general, people tend to impose their own morality and their own standards on other people when they really should just be minding their business. Whatever works for you, it's not going to work for the next person.
Right.
That's true too.
Really,
but I think we all kind of doing that. It's just this.
Yeah.
Speaking in general,
to say a hard no is you imposing your morals on somebody else.
But if I'm in a relationship with somebody, they're going to know that cheating is a hard no.
Right.
And that's
which is for most relationships, that's literally what it is.
Right.
At the end of the day, but how many times does cheating occur in relationships? It still occurs, even though it's a hard no. There are a lot of hard no's,
and that's fine. But
right,
I'm out of here because it's my hard no.
What I'm saying, and that's perfectly fine that you're out. Like nobody's saying that you shouldn't leave. I'm telling you, I agree with that because I'm not staying with somebody. I don't think I can stay. I'm not gonna say I'm not. I don't believe I can stay with somebody. I'm a visual person, so I don't think I can stay with somebody who cheated on me that I know about as well. But what I'm saying is, I'm still not gonna look at them like they're the worst person on this earth. They're not scum.
Hey, Mark.
You know what I mean, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Mark, King P, I think he's asking this question to you. He says, so is the brother saying that he would take his girl back if she cheats on him?
Absolutely.
Okay.
She was not a virgin when I got her.
But not being a virgin and cheating.
I wish I had that. Like I wish I knew I had that. I wish I knew I had it.
There's a difference between her cheating and her having an affair or her having an emotional connection. It's not just go cheat. I think the thing is, what the problem is this, and here's where I think people, yes, I want you to have sexual discipline and morality and all of these things, but I would rather the integrity of being able to work through a problem like anything else. I'm not about to let somebody. Now, here's the thing, because I know how frivolous we can use sex, or how we can, in the heat of the moment or the heat of the passion, we can do stuff. I'm not finna throw away my relationship over Over pleasure?
You know why? Do you know why I don't like the phrase "in the heat of passion"? And I may be wrong in this, but I really feel like every single thing is premeditated.
No, I didn't went to some places and been sitting at the bar talking crap, and next thing you know, we back at the house. And what I mean by heat,
But you thought about unzipping, didn't you?
And end up in the
yeah,
house.
but no, yeah, but I thought about that as much as I thought about putting my blinker on when I got to her house.
It's still premeditated, though.
I think,
it was a you, like people tend to think that just because you do something that you thought about that it wasn't a mistake.
It's not. I don't think it's as cognitive.
I'm not saying it's not a mistake because I mean you have
no,
to
I'm
look
not.
at
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I wasn't saying you. Like,
oh
I'm
yeah,
just,
yeah. But
I'm
you have
saying
to
the
look at the
cognition
definition of
goes
what a
down.
mistake is.
I think
Right.
the
You have to look at
cognition
what the
goes down
definition of
further.
mistake.
Like a DWI, you don't intend to drive drunk, but as your cognitive behavior starts to go and is diminished, I think you make the choice.
it's a
less
choice.
and less under logic.
It's a choice
Because
So
you know when
it's
you
a
get
choice.
tipsy.
It is no
It's
doubt
a
about
choice.
it.
It's a choice, but I think you make it with less of the stuff. Like normally you wouldn't pass gas in the church, but if your stomach get to really hurt, and you just gonna let it rip, and you ain't gonna be thinking nothing about it. The
They
other
said
part is,
what they said. Hold on. Jamie Tatum said, "If you're a cheater, hit Mark up."
the problem is that so here's the thing. Here's the thing. What we're saying is that my capacity to forgive and move past a problem is a problem. I should be willing to have such a hard thing that I'm not willing to work through it.
No, what I don't know if that's the consensus of everyone, but mine is I feel like you should do whatever works for you.
Right.
I respect your position though, and I honestly, I would, it would be nice if I actually could do that because I respect it that much because I look at you just human beings in that way. Like we make mistakes, just different ones. Some people ain't ever gonna cheat. Like that's not you're not gonna do that, but you're gonna do something.
So even with
there's something that you do that's gonna be adverse to somebody else at the end of the day. And if they and my point is you wouldn't want them to vilify you for something that you say, okay, or judge you in such a harsh way over something that you might not look at like this isn't to you. So you wouldn't want that. So you kind of,
I forgive faster. I think the other part to it is this. Here's the bottom line to cheating or whatever. If disrespect was my hard line, and I felt that this was disrespectful, I got to throw away my relationship now. I got to throw away where I thought I was.
Here's a question. Here's a question for you, Mark.
You won't.
So at that point,
so at the point of forgiving your woman for cheating, will you trust her from that point on?
I will.
Okay.
That's my problem.
The thing is this. I believe for me, and I believe what I believe is this. My car, if I was driving my car to California and it failed me, I would get it repaired. But that's what repair is, to trust it to go back. That's what I'm trying to repair. I'm trying to get it back to a place so that I can do it again. Now, if this car just happens to break down in every city, then I'm not gonna do it. But I'm not gonna throw away my car after
a breakdown.
Let me try to bring this to a circled consensus of things. So is it what I'm hearing, Mark, is that your word means more to you than the offense?
Yeah, that's
you're staying and forgiving because you gave your word that you were going to be with this person.
Well, that, and I probably love the person, and that's what I'm saying. If I'm in it for the long haul, so I look at things a little different. I'm in this not for when it feels good. Is Mark? No, I'm not. Why do I got to be a cheater?
It would be the exact opposite. I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm surprised nobody asked me that.
Here's the thing: is there is a compassion. So let's just say this. I'm not a real big Bible person, but if you're a big Bible person, the Bible says God is married to the backslider, the person who is unfaithful, the person who can't find commitment, who can't find stability, who can't find their way. So why am I greater than a God who can stay committed? Can I not?
Do you know what people usually say to that? Because I've had a lot of people, I've been in a lot of conversations where people say stuff like that, and the first thing that comes out of the person's mouth is, "Well, I ain't God."
Right, but then what you trying to be a Christian for? Because it's supposed to be Christ-like.
How we jump to Christianity?
Right, because everybody's not a Christian. It's like,
right. No, I'm saying, but that's what I would say to those people is why would you? So my thing is this: it's like, to me, anything else in my life. In order to know that I want to do it, I must be committed to know that I don't want to do it. Now, does it mean I'm just a fool and I'm just like, here's some condoms, go out, have a great day at work, see you later? No, I don't think that's it. But at the same time, it's not, for me, have been being cheated on. I'm still in love with you. I still think you look good. I still miss you.
That's tough.
Ain't no sense in me throwing all that away.
That's tough.
Or at least trying to throw it away. We all done been hurt and tried to move past. I'm just willing to move past. I'm willing to do more to move past, especially if the person is willing. Now, if she says, "Look, I'm cheating because I'm up out of here," that's not a cheater. That's the person who monkey bars. She's changing jobs.
Well, before Dre answers this question here, let me ask you this, Mark. At what point do you, if hypothetically, if this was a real situation, at what point do you say, okay, she's not making mistakes, this is who she is?
We have a cover when the car breaks down in every city. when you can't spin the block,
it's just who you are.
Right. When it's who you are.
It's just who you are. Is Dre a cheater? No, Dre is absolutely not a cheater.
But the other thing is, I'm also willing to have that conversation.
I figured
polyamorous relationship too. So the thing is, to me, is if I want to be with you, and you want to be with me, then the thing is, I'm looking to solve it. I'm looking to solve this puzzle. I'm not looking to go build at this point. I'm not looking to go rebuild this commitment, this vulnerability, all this stuff with somebody else. My job, my idea in a relationship is to find out how do we continue to build our relationship.
Yeah, respect.
Why keep rebuilding every time I get disappointed?
Now I'm gonna say this too. There are a couple more questions right here, but I'm going to, anybody that has ever watched my podcast know they can get lengthy. I don't know if y'all are lengthy type of people, so I'm a clip it at 11 o'clock. It's 10:42 now, because these kind of topics can go.
I ain't got to go to work tomorrow, so we can keep talking. It is what it is.
I'll shut it off at 11 myself. But yeah,
listen, we can do part two.
Well, Dre will exit at 11, and Kia and Mark, we're gonna keep the thing rolling because it's kind of good. It's kind of good. But Michelle says, and I know she asking this to Mark, but would you move past if she bought you an STD?
Oh no, now we definitely got to be together.
Is it because you don't want to take it elsewhere?
Yeah, I can't take now. You done gave me the 3-letter, and I got to move on and get somebody else. Now I'm mad at you, and I got luggage.
Yeah, that's a perspective, bro.
Yeah,
that's a perspective.
my girl gave me AIDS, and now like, well, you should stay with her, bro, because I don't want him now.
He said, "Now we
You
got
can't.
to be together."
Yeah, that don't make no sense. No,
Bruh, that's a perspective. I ain't ever thought about it.
I don't know. That's unforgivable. You didn't brought me back a lot.
My God.
but okay, it's unforgivable. Who you gonna go?
You're kind of right though.
Who you gonna share that with? Who go?
Now you gotta find somebody that's like that.
Right, you gotta find somebody new. That's
I can't do it. Like,
right, but you already no. You already got it.
Now I hate you.
I hate you, and you the only one I can legally have sex with.
Other people
That's
have
crazy.
hell no.
That's crazy.
Right.
I ain't
so,
ever heard that shit.
So you hate this person, and
Absolutely.
so now, okay. So now what you gonna do sexually? Not do it?
First of all, I'm going to therapy, right? I got to figure out how the fuck I'm gonna manage this, because what the hell? Now I have this life-threatening or potentially life-threatening disease.
No, it's definitely life-threatening.
Well, I mean, it's treatable, right? There are people who aren't showing symptoms if they take
ma'am.
Right?
Do you know how hard that's gonna be to add to your conversation?
It's hard, but I'm willing to take that risk.
You could have 10 kids and I'd marry you with 10 kids, but if you tell me you got the 3-letter or the 4-letter, you still single.
Hey, I'll tell you this. A lot of these conversations that we deem as hard are actually not as hard anymore.
Just keep it real.
Yeah. Because I've heard a lot of stuff in conversations that used to be to where a person would carry it to the grave.
I'm not saying it's hard, but what I'm saying is it's a little tougher. Like, if it's one thing to say, hey, yeah, I'm single, I got 2 kids. Like, all right, cool. Hey, I'm single, I got 2 kids, I'm a deadbeat dad. Oh, that's cool. I'm single, I got 2 kids, I'm a deadbeat dad, and I got AIDS. Like, well, nigga, and you still
I'm not laughing with y'all, man.
There are plenty of people out
I
there.
can't be laughing with y'all. This shit.
Mark is an undercover freaking stand-up comedian, though.
That shit is wild, bro.
Because at the end of the day, when she says that to you, I have never had a woman tell me that.
Ever.
And it is so hard to date her.
Not ever. None of that.
Ever.
None of those. Like, that was a tall one, but none of them.
Ask you this. Before you are intimate with somebody, do you ask for a test? I do.
Yeah.
There you go.
And I need
to. So if she come back tested positive because she couldn't work out our relationship with the dude that just cheated on her, no. You better work that shit the fuck out.
But somebody else will.
I know.
That's
Let's
true.
have it.
Right. No, yeah. I believe somebody will. I know who it won't be.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Let's do this because we got 14 minutes left for Dre. Dre, I'm gonna let you I guess kind of give a wrapped up insight on what we've discussed and how you feel about it and things like that. And at the end of it, go ahead and let the people know how they can get in contact with you, how they can watch your podcast, other things that you may have going on. Please let the people know.
All right, cool, man. First and foremost, man, hey, it was dope. Just talking with all you guys. Salid, I appreciate you having me on, man. You the first. Nobody invites me to anything. You know what I'm saying? I told you that when you came on my pod. Like, nobody invites me to anything. So this is pretty cool to be on this side of it. But and a great job, man. You did a great job, bro, too, for real.
Oh, I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that my takeaway from all of it is, and I think everybody's kind of said this in their own way, like relationships and things of that nature are really just subject to the individuals. And as long as you're respecting, the boundaries of whatever that covenant is, then you're probably doing the best job that you can. To listen to the 50-50 arguments, to listen to who's supposed to get their plate first, whether it be the dude or the children and whatever, to listen to all of these different things, that you're gonna have just totally different answers amongst people. So you have to do what works for you, and you have to figure out whatever that really is. Everybody's going to be different, but it is important to keep continuing to have these conversations because, and contrary to now popular belief, because I hear all the time people saying I'm getting tired, and nobody's getting tired of it, because we still aren't getting. These are forever conversations, because they're going to always empower or educate someone at the end of the day, because it's forever changing. So it's up to those people in the relationship or what you want. You have to figure you out first. Figure out. It took me a long time. Like, it took me a while to even figure out what I liked and what I didn't like. What were my hard lines, as you said, Kia? Like, what were those things? It took me a long time to kind of figure you out, and then you work with somebody. No relationship is perfect, and you figure out how to build upon the triumphs, the mistakes, and things of that nature as best you can. But as much as we can have these conversations, that we're not supposed to just take this. We're supposed to take it with a grain of salt, because everybody's still different. Everybody's still gonna move the way that they move within their relationship, and I think we should respect that ultimately. And I think we all can kind of agree to that at the end of the day. So no perspective is wrong. We all have them, and we just simply want to be happy. And in that pursuit of happiness, we continue to have these conversations and figure out what works. But other than that, I appreciate being here. And it's like I said, this is a very, very, very dope, very fun conversation as well. If you guys anybody want to check out the podcast, it's everywhere. Man Cave Pod, Man Cave with Southside Dre. It's on all the platforms. YouTube, wherever you get your pods, we're there. So I appreciate it, man.
Hey, I appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna go. I know it's 10 minutes before 11, but I'm gonna drop you down. I'm gonna drop you down anyway, so you can go ahead and do what you got to do for the rest of the night. But I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you having me on your show. I have a lot of respect for you. I love what you're doing in the community as well, because a lot of times what we do outside of our main things, people don't even hear about. But this is a brother that does a lot for the community as well. So I appreciate you, and you'll definitely be on again, Pop.
Absolutely, man. Before I go, if you're in the upstate area, we're gonna be doing, and keep an eye open. We're gonna do some men's health events. So we're starting to focus more so with Man Cave. We're starting to focus more so on that. I mean, everybody's seeing a lot of the brothers, man. Just it's a lot happening. I think me and you talked about that a little bit, Salih, on the show. But just taking care of ourselves. We got to do a better job of taking care of ourselves so we can be here and provide and be security that we want to be. And also we want to incorporate the women, because there are a lot of things that we can do together that we're not doing right now to take care of each other. And I think, men, from mental health, from the way that we eat, these things need to be taken more seriously, moving forward. So we can, even recently, you just see all kind of health scares and things of that nature. So we're having a men's health event coming up. I believe next month. We haven't locked in everything, but just be on the lookout for that. It'll be on all of our platforms. So, we're gonna talk a little bit more about that as well.
Sounds amazing. Continue to do you, brother. Keep pressing forward, and we'll talk.
Facts. All right, y'all be good.
Bye.
All right. Jamie, Mark is not good with cheating. The fact that I'm willing to work it through with my partner is different than being okay with cheating. I think that I think people should be willing to work through some very difficult things with their partner, but being good with it means like, hey, come on in, no rules. That's there. I think there's a big difference in those two, and I think cheating also might be a little different for women than it is for men. As far as like the emotional things like that. If she's out just had sex, cheating to me is screwing. It's just getting some. If she's had an emotional affair and she's visiting his kids and saving up money and they're planning, their retirement, then I don't know if we can work through that. But if we're talking about me and my partner, she's made an indiscretion or whatever times it takes is I think the thing is this: we're talking about something that most of us have hurt for. You know what I'm saying? Most of us have hurt behind the betrayal or whatever. But if you work through it, then isn't that the goal of working? Ain't that's what we say? We go to counseling and different things to work through it.
But okay, working through. A lot of people tend to use like our why aren't things like our grandparents did and they made it through and they toughed it out. My grandmothers, both of them, stayed married to men who had babies on them and constantly cheated and died wishing they had done things better. I are differently. Well, better. And me watching having known that they'd gone through those things, I'm not willing to do that. Absolutely not. I'm not willing to be stay with somebody for 50 years after this person had cheated on me constantly, had kids on me, disrespected me, beat me up, and 50 years later, I'm on my deathbed wishing that I would have done things
Yeah,
differently.
maybe the beat up was probably too. I agree,
That's
but here's the thing.
horrible.
I'm not gonna. But here's the thing that's different too. Whether I stay 50 years with somebody who cheats on me, or 25 years for somebody who cheats on me, and 25 years who uses my money, uh, indiscriminately, I've still had 50 years unhappiness. It's better for me to stay with the demons I know than the demons I don't.
I'd
But
rather
I'm also a worker. I'm also a successful person. So if I work through something, I'm gonna get through it.
You want to answer this question, Kia? Is thinking about relations with someone cheating, someone other than your significant other?
no, I don't think so. I think the act of if they actually follow through with those thoughts, then that is cheating, right? So we all look at people and be like, "Damn, this person is sexy," or whatever. I might think of like Jason Momoa. I used to have the biggest crush on him. Thought about it all the time. Would I have actually done it while I was married? No.
Y'all keep having this conversation. I'm gonna take a restroom break.
Okay.
Mark, is this true? What's being up here now?
Yeah, I'm staying in my relate. That's the point of me getting in a relationship. I'm not gonna risk it all, and I'm just not gonna do that. I've been in construction for 35 years now. The economy's gone different ways. Things have just happened different kind of ways. I, and it could be a deterrent. I'm not going to. There are things that have deterred me. There are things that made me say, "Man, I don't like this." Da, 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 da. At the end of the day, at my age, if I find someone that I am that compatible with, and we got that disrespect is huge. I'm not walking away from disrespect. I want to. It hurts. I'm gonna cry, scream, yell in the pillow. But in there's a song that Luther Vandross that says in this song he says, "I'd rather have bad times with you than get good times with someone else." That's where I'm at. I'm just that's what I'm at. I'm a hope the worst doesn't happen, but if it does, it ain't gonna break me. I just can't. I can't let a yeah. I can't let sex be the demise of what my potential could be. I can't let somebody coming along and do it. No, it just can't be. I'm bigger than that. I'm bigger than that. Everybody ain't as big as me, but I'm bigger than that.
I hear you. Do you do you guys think that society puts pressure on the type of people that we should or should not date?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Hmm.
How
But
does that?
society puts the like this rule right here. Society is putting this pressure on us to not do it. So, like that's one of the other things we do. We try to live up to societal norms or down to societal norms. So yeah, I think just yeah.
And I agree. I think, and we've all said it, I think people should do what they're comfortable in. What's within the margins or boundaries or whatever you want to call it, what they are comfortable with. So society says that you should stick it out through marriage, right? That's a typical marriage for better or for worse. I'm divorced because I was not willing to do that. I wasn't willing to continue to be unhappy. I just was not. Did not work for me. He was not. I wasn't the only one who was not. We together mutually agreed that this is not working. And it is what it is. Did I feel like I failed at marriage? Absolutely. I wasn't upset that I was no longer with him. I was upset that I failed at this thing that I worked so hard to maintain,
Mm-hmm.
and still failed. That was the part that hurt. I worked so hard to keep it together. And I'm not saying he didn't either, but and I'm not entirely sure really how he felt about it. I didn't ask him. I just know how I felt. I felt like I failed at it. And I feel like we both made mistakes. I feel like we both did not really know each other. And we both tried and it just didn't work.
I felt the same way, and I'm of the now I know that I think it was it's a I don't know if the song that says I can do anything. Hell yeah, I can do it. The thing is the thing is this we all is um to get something you never had, you got to be willing to do something you never done. To 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 see the impossible view, you got to climb the impossible mountain. And for me, that's where I'm at now in life. The things that I want, I'm going to absolutely put in the work for it, and that work is going to. Dave Ramsey says to live like no, you got to live like no one else to live like no one else. I think the problem is we love the cliches until it requires us to get our ass up and show and tell. If you think about the marriage vows, it says for better or worse. You are challenging the universe to bring you the worst fucking thing you can imagine. And then when it gets here, it's like, no, wasn't quite thinking that. I'm thinking about walking in my room and seeing the girl of my dreams being bust down by two dudes, and I got to swallow that up somehow and figure out how I'm going to teach myself to love her through that. I got to figure out why she needed that. What was it that that made her feel that it was necessary or whatever? I got to work through that.
So are you saying that in a nutshell, that should be the kind of mindset people have before they get married? Okay, what's the worst thing this person can do? And if I can work through that, I'm ready to marry this person.
Right. Because if you think about it, if we all thought about it, if you go back and you think about the women you had kids with or the men you had kids with, if you think about the school, some of the stuff if you thought about more about the worst instead about the tingly good feelings, you probably wouldn't have made that decision. Here's a part of my decision making. The smartest people in the world ask 42 questions. The next smartest, which we would consider average, ask about 17 questions. And the least, which we call almost, slow, ask no more than 5 questions. It's not about, so the more questions you ask, in order to get a really good answer, none of us has made a mistake. What we've done is made an uninformed decision. And so if you can go back and you can get more information, you're going to make a better decision. And the decision I've made is when I commit to somebody, I'm going to ask as many questions so that I know I'm committed to this. You can't say you made a mistake ever.
Well, Kia asked a lot of doggone questions because you heard in the beginning how deep she doggone goes with her research.
And even then, no matter how many questions you ask, one, they can answer them and they could lie.
No. It's not about how many questions. It's the right questions. So
and apparently in the beginning, for me, the right question would have been, have you ever changed your name running from child support? But I didn't know to ask that question because who does? You know what I'm saying?
I agree. But, and so there's two ways to ask questions. There's the way where you actually put it to use, And then there's the way where you actually ask the question. So here's the thing: as there's a difference between, are you a truthful person or an honest person?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, are you a truthful person or an honest person?
I'm honest.
So honesty is asking you a question, you giving me the answer without me even asking you. Most people are truthful but not honest. So I got to paint you into a light where you start to answer questions from an honest standpoint, whether then. So here's what I mean. You ask a guy, say, let's just say me and you were together and I cheated on you and I just left a girl's house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you say, hey, you sleeping? Are you cheating on me? Are you having sex with somebody? Now, truthfully, I'm sitting in the car. I'm on my way home. The truthful answer is no.
That's you lied because not at that moment.
No, that's not a lie. That's truthful.
But the honest answer is
The
yes.
honest answer is yes. But if you ever think about it, that's what society has taught us to be. When you go to the witness stand, they say, do you promise to tell the truth? Means only answer the way the question is presented to you directly.
Okay, I
So
understand.
men are not. So the thing is, you got to get people who are honest.
Okay.
It's the way you ask the question is how you get to the question so that you can get the answer you're looking for, as opposed to just asking a question.
Mark giving a lot of women free game.
Hey, well, I got my game from a woman because she'll tell you no in a heartbeat, and then you find out later it was like, well, you what you asked me was da 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 da,
You asked the wrong
and you're
question.
like, oh wow. So you can't fault her for lying, and you can't shame yourself for not asking. You just didn't know what to ask.
But I do agree with Kia in the sense of questions like, have you ever changed your name to escape something? Those aren't the type questions that pop up on a.
Ask, like when I tell you, I ask everything. Do you are you know are does somebody think that they're in a relationship with you? Are you married? Are you like I've done, and I tend to ask questions, and then what are your actions after those questions? Right. So that should be a thing. So
But
all of these things definitely matter to me, and I didn't know to ask. Like I've never met anybody who will lie about their children. I've never known any. Obviously, there are people who do it. I've never met anybody. Yes, I've met people who cheated on their spouses, but the length that he went to cheat, if it didn't happen to me, I wouldn't believe it. So it's like, um, yes, like we're saying, cheating was a mistake. That's not no mistake. That's a calculated decision. Like what you did.
so I think the other part is this. There's a thing I call them there's fire people, there's paper people, wood people, steel people, and rock people. And to burn each one of those, you need a certain type of fire. And I think the one of the things is the more we get the more I become authentic, the less those people can come around me. So a person who's just built paper character is paper cannot go around a person whose character is steel. And so the thing is, so many of us are so busy putting up our facade and being, our face, our representative, that by the time we get to that point, you all deep in, and then they take off this mask and it scares the shit out of you. And so, or you don't want to lose that person. I'm coming through the gates asking you stuff. Hey, on the third date, would you like me to stick? Do you like to be tied down? Do you like your hair pulled? Hey, do you believe Jesus walked on water? Because I ain't seen nobody else. I mean, I'm asking the tough questions, not the because the thing is, we like to ask the tough, pretty questions. I don't want to know something. I want to know your favorite color.
Yeah,
Tell me what you would do on the first date.
yeah,
Tell me the last book you read to completion.
right.
Have you been to a psych class let's go. How do you feel about marital counseling? I'm asking stuff that, and I don't mean the pastor. I'm talking about the certified PhD. I want to know how often do you go seek a mental eval? What's your IQ? How many people in your family got Tourette's? I mean, I want to know some stuff because I'm saying we gotta, in our community, we gotta stop asking the questions that are safe.
And I do agree with that. Like you mentioned counseling. I think a lot of things. Well, we in the Black community are just now starting to take note of our mental health, right? So
Yep.
with people, with someone who may have a mental issue, PTSD. I definitely have PTSD. Been deployed, been shot at, blown up. Certain things trigger me, right? Somebody else may be bipolar, but maybe they don't know, and then they're in this relationship displaying these symptoms of bipolar, disorder, but the person that they're dealing with has no idea that this person is suffering, and they don't know. So now there's this issue between the both of them, and neither one of them know how to fix it because nobody went out and got counseling when there was an issue.
So authentically, to go get yourself checked out, so you'll know when you're dealing with a female covert narcissist. Go get yourself checked out, so you'll know when you're dealing with a controlled a controlling personality. So I think the other part too is, again, this is about the fire. I realized a long time ago that I don't believe in Christianity. I don't believe in men being the leader because they're the men. I'm a feminist. I believe in different progressions, and I'm not afraid. My authenticity also allows me to verbalize it, so I can ward off the people who don't believe that way, and at the same time attract the people who do believe that way. So I think, as you begin to know you get you don't have to worry about the cheaters or the persons who gonna bring you STDs. They kind of know, yeah, game recognized game. They know they
But
can't. It's not an absolute.
that's not a foolproof plan though, right?
No, it's not. But it I'm saying a girl who wants to use me financially, the way I talk, it wards her off away more often than not. I'm not saying there ain't someone out there who got some game that can't get my pockets. It's gonna be a short run, but
Until you stop having fun, right?
right till I stop having fun.
What's going on, P?
So what?
What's going on with you?
Hey, what's happening? What's happening? What's good?
Hey, have you been listening in on the conversation tonight?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good. What do you have to add to this? What do you have to add to this convo? Can you hear us? He working it out, Mark. Finish what you were saying.
No, I was saying I think that's
okay. I think I can see and hear everybody now.
Can you hear us?
Okay. Word.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
What's good, everybody?
Hello.
You got it.
Have you been listening to what we've been talking about tonight?
I have as much as I possibly could. I had to hop on here. You know what I mean? So I missed a few parts of the conversation. So hopefully somebody will give me the Cliff Notes version of what y'all talking about right now.
Well, the part that had seemed to have the ocean swaying was when Mark said that the cheating aspect of
Oh yeah. Oh man. Hey, I mean, hey man, to each his reach as long as he could stretch, but hell no. Hell no.
I feel you.
Hell no.
Under
Ain't nothing to work out.
Under no circumstances you wouldn't work it out.
Hell no. Hell no.
So let me ask you a
Double
question.
hell no. What am I working out? If your broad is sliding out on you, there's nothing to repair. There's nothing to fix. There's nothing to talk about. Yeah, I mean, hey, yo, old
Tell me
man once
why.
told me, yo, it's never yours, it's just your turn. And I ain't never seen a kitty with a pink slip on it. You dig?
I feel
So
you.
I mean, when it's over with, it's over with. So if she decide to go ahead and make that move, all right, what am I taking you back for? So you can do it again?
So let me ask you a question. Have you ever
It
seen
doesn't
have you
make any
ever seen
sense.
have you ever seen a stick with a pink slip?
Did we lose the other people here? Because all I see is you. I'm sorry.
Nah, you don't see me?
I see you. I just don't see
Okay.
the other.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't see the other two.
Kia's still here.
Yeah, I just stepped away for a second. I'm sorry.
So the
Okay. All
question
right.
is,
All
have you
right.
ever seen a stick with a pink slip?
And and I'm not trying to climb a man and nothing like that. You know what I mean? Or what have you. I mean, I respectfully disagree with that stance.
No,
That's
no,
like,
right,
okay,
but you said
if you come and
I'm
sock
looking.
me in the jaw, I say I forgive you, and then I allow you to keep socking me in
No,
the
no, no,
jaw.
no.
You know what I mean? At what
Who
point
said that?
does this whole thing stop? You know what I mean? That's
So
that's
you
what that's
wait
where
a
I'm
second.
coming
Hold on,
from.
because you're saying this. You're saying this under the pretenses that every time you made a mistake, you never made it another one again. Am I hearing that?
And I actually had a question. I actually had a question for the young lady here.
No,
Um,
did you hear what Mark was just saying?
So
nah, I didn't hear a word he said. I'm sorry.
Oh, go
okay.
ahead, repeat it, Mark.
Well, no,
So
no. I
you
mean, I can't even see him. That's the thing. I can't even see him. I see you, and I see the young lady here. I don't even see him. Like his joint is darked out or whatnot. I
Can
don't.
you hear
Oh,
him?
I don't. I
okay.
cannot. I cannot hear him.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello.
I don't think he can hear you, Mark.
I can hear
I
you.
cannot.
Yeah, I can hear everybody.
Okay. Well, could someone please tell me what he's saying?
Okay. Have you ever? So every time you've made a mistake, you got it right immediately after you made the mistake.
He said, so every time you made a mistake, are you saying that you got it right immediately after you made the mistake?
Okay. Well, cheating is not a mistake. It's a choice.
Well, that's not the question.
And as with all things, there are consequences to all of our actions. So if even if I did make a even if- let's just say I did make a mistake and the consequences were I was terminated or separated or what have you. Okay, that's just what it is. It doesn't benefit me as a man to keep allowing someone to disrespect me and to keep treating me as if I'm nothing just because I may love them or I may, or I may be in love with them. Hell, I've been in love a couple of times, but you can best believe, if Shorty got out there like that, that was a wrap.
So so
It was a
so
wrap.
King. So here's my question to him.
I mean, hey, you
What does
know, you
what is
know
the
personally.
detriment?
So
What is
I
the
mean,
detriment to forgiveness?
I'm not pulling no punches.
So he said, what's the detriment to your forgiveness, P?
What's the detriment? The detriment is that that basically I'm allowing you to do it again. I'm allowing you to there is no consequence. You still get the benefit of having
What's
me
the
around and
detriment?
you
That's
get
not
and you dog
detrimental.
me? Oh
That's
no, no,
not
no, 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 no.
that's
No, no,
not
no, no, no.
detrimental.
No, he said that's not detrimental.
I mean that says who? Let's not try to redefine words. I
I'm
know
not.
what detriment means. If someone is doing something, if someone does something like that, that is to my detriment. And okay, to answer your question again, what is and I want to make sure that I want to make sure that I'm answering it correctly. You said, what is the detriment to my forgiveness? Again, the detriment is it allows you to get comfortable and think that you can do it again. because it's going to happen again.
That's not true.
There's no such thing as halfway crooks. There's no such thing as halfway
I've never had
cheats.
another DUI and won't be getting another one. And I only
No
had
such
one.
thing.
So Pete, in your
But wait a minute. You're not even making a bilateral comparison. We're talking about apples. You're talking about cornflakes.
No,
A DUI has nothing to do with.
They're both choices.
Because hey, a DUI, you made the choice. No, hold on, wait a minute. A DUI, you made a choice to get in that car drunk.
Oh, wait a minute.
Did you or did you not?
So you can hear him now, Pete?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay, good.
I can hear him now.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. You made a choice to get into a vehicle inebriated, right or wrong?
Correct.
Right or wrong?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, your woman, your girlfriend, your wife, your boo thing, your whatever, she decides to open her legs for another man.
Yes.
That is a choice.
Oh.
That is a choice. That's not a mistake.
Both of them were no.
That's not a mistake.
It's a
mistake is a mistake is when you're filling out a spreadsheet and you miscalculate something.
Man, stop. I made a bad choice when I got
right.
When I got
but it's
in
a choice nonetheless.
I made it. So making a bad choice is still a bad choice. We can't. We just you want to
and you take what comes along with that.
Right. Some consequences come along with that, but it does not have to be a totality because
the consequences, not some, the consequences.
No, the consequence was they took my license for a year. They didn't lock me up and cut off my head and take me to the guillotine.
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like back to what Kia and I were saying in the beginning. No matter how many times we go around this circle of everything, it all depends on who's in the situation. Some things
are different from everybody else's.
Right. I mean, and hey, again, as I said, I'm not
I just don't let
to diss the brother or anything like that.
So let me ask you this, P. Is there any scenario where you're in a relationship and your woman steps out on you and you work it out?
Oh man, back when I didn't know no better, so I couldn't do no better. I was on that simp train. I had a situation. Shorty actually stepped out on me, and she lived with me and everything. I'm paying for everything, all that. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I really love her. I really care about her. Blah blah blah. We're gonna work this thing out. All right, did that. Next thing I know, she's screwing my best friend. She's screwing everybody else but me.
Oh.
and I'm sitting up here like, but I love you. And she's like, I love you too, but I gotta be me. So it's like, you know what, hey.
Y'all know this has got good because I done lit up another cigar.
Nah.
normally
the thing is, so here's the thing. So what I'm hearing is I'm hearing we let our pain define us, and I don't let my pain define me.
See, what I'm hearing is red flag, run away. Don't deal with it because it's not worth the headache. I'm out of here. As soon as there's a red flag, bye. I ain't got
time. Especially at this stage of life.
Exactly.
Exactly. I don't got no point. I don't have no point to prove to anybody. Hey, look, you did that, so I'm gonna do this. Peace. That's it. That's all.
So,
you know what I mean?
So what I'm hearing is
I allow myself to keep sitting up there getting stepped on, I can't complain
about it.
Correct
me if I'm wrong. So you run away from this one.
Okay.
You get in another one, and it happens. You just got to keep running.
Bye.
Can't keep running away.
At some point, you just sit and deal with it, and you stop it.
Nope. I do it. I can't do it. I'm not doing it.
I feel you.
Tolerate it.
And I don't think it's that you purposely want to just keep having to run away, but you hope that you finally get
Right.
with somebody
So
that you don't have to run from.
So the question is, one, once is a mistake, twice is on purpose.
No. No. You
Kia said once is on purpose.
Another woman's vagina, you did that and you thought about it. It wasn't it's not I couldn't control myself.
So once you raise your voice at me one time, you disrespected me and I'm out too.
Oh, that's fine. And you are allowed to feel that way. That is not a problem. I don't
but it's hard for men to use this "it was a mistake" phrase when they putting women in certain positions, they pump into completion, they 9 times out of 10 going back. Yeah, 9 times out of 10 they going back for more than one sample. So it's hard. I think a lot of women automatically shut off when a man says, "Oh, baby, I made a mistake." When it comes
because it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. In all honesty, anytime that I ever cheated in my life, I made the decision. I made the choice to do that. It was a constant choice.
You gotta go there. Some clothes gotta come off. You gotta
exactly. I didn't just fall into it.
Process.
So then if that's the case,
I didn't slip and fall into the kitty. I didn't do that.
I agree. So with this many people who have this high integrity, everybody tomorrow ought to be following the speed limit. Better not no stop signs get more than 3 seconds.
Brother,
I'm saying if our integrity,
come on with that, man. Come on now.
Oh, so we can't hold integrity.
If it was a fifth, we'd all be fucked up. But come on, man.
Okay,
come on, man.
I hear where you're going, Mark, but I don't believe those on the same.
It's not comparable.
The same level.
So wait a second. So your word isn't your word all the time.
No,
it's
I don't give my word to follow the speed limit. I didn't give nobody my word that I was going to follow the speed limit.
You kind of did when you took the test.
No, I didn't. They did not. No part of that test said, "Mr. Sims, are you going to follow the speed limit?"
That means I passed the test. I know what I'm supposed to do. I know the rules.
So you know the rules.
Right.
Okay, you know what? You listen. When it comes to integrity, I'm just going. Here's the thing, and this is why I think it's the slippery slope. Is because when we can justify it other places, we seem to somehow automatically, when it comes to matters of the heart, make it unjust. And if we made it just across the board,
you can't.
You
can't, brother.
I can't. And you know why? And since you know what I do, since I can't.
But how are you making it just? How are you making it just
across the board?
Let me ask you this.
You hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard you. But let me ask you this. If tomorrow you go driving and you see the sign say 35 miles per hour, if you go 36, are you going to then go to the DMV and hand them your license back?
I am not.
Or better yet, are you going to flag down the police officer and say, "Hey, give me a ticket"?
No, so that's what I said. What I said was, since I'm not going to hold myself so accountable to my integrity there, I am going to hold myself accountable to freedom and of allowance of forgiveness.
Because you expect forgiveness.
Because I know it's much harder to practice it more consistently. It's easier for me to practice forgiveness more often than it is for me to try to make everybody follow the rules.
Okay. I understand that part of it. But I still believe you can't put driving privileges or whatever on
it's not just driving, it's all kind of privilege.
I know, but I'm just saying you can't put that on the same table as what you have with your wife.
Right, because here's the thing. I'm gonna put it the same way. She goes out she's out and she's trying to do something, and she gets right before she does it, and she's been drinking. She's been drinking, and she runs out, jumps in the car, and drives, and she's speeding, and she kills somebody with a DUI. It's the same poor decision. Those decisions, the reason why I can correlate a DUI to cheating is because it's going to hurt somebody and you don't know the consequences.
But it's going to hurt someone in a different way.
Right, that's going to mortify someone,
even
not
if
hurt them. That's going to mortify someone. That is going to that's going to wreck a family.
Taking somebody.
So what Henry Drugs did? What Henry Drugs did mortify the family.
Huh?
Henry Drugs, when he got in an accident, he killed somebody. That mortifies the family. Her cheating mortifies my family. I can forgive one of these things easier than it is to forgive somebody who's not here anymore. We have
but you're making the choice to forgive her,
and that's what we need. Here, let me say this, and I'm gonna say this because this is where my real heart is. You need my forgiveness and my love when you make the mistake. That's when you need it most. All of this other shit don't really matter. You need it right then.
I agree with that if what happened was a mistake. If it's not a mistake and that's just who that person is and they are purposely hurting you over and over and over.
No. We've taken the one and made it over. The first, we got to get through the first one. If we make it through the first one and it happens again, then I understand that. But I got to start. Where do I start? Just throwing you away in the trash off rip?
Oh, well, I get that. You're talking about get through the first one and see if there's a changed behavior.
Right. I can't just throw you away because you did it. I don't know your reason for that.
I feel that, but there's a buttload of jokers that say I'm not saying you're not getting through that first.
I think
I'm one of them.
I can. I'm going to push myself to be as forgiving as possible, because the other thing is this: at the end of the day, if I get through it, I might end up with my greatest relationship ever.
You might.
And you might end up into it and die regretting that you didn't.
Guess what I got to do anyway.
And that's why I say those type things are a crapshoot, because it might not even be nothing you did. The person your woman cheated with, he could fall madly in love with her and then want to come take you out so he can have her.
There's a dude out there who ain't even got to do nothing with it and still want the same thing. I'm saying if we going on crapshoots, I'm saying if it happens to me, I'm going to do what Mark knows how to do, and that's work through a problem. I work through it for a solution.
And let me say this, Mark, what you're saying is not a bad way to be. It's admirable that because I'm thinking you're looking at it from a marriage standpoint, right?
That's the only way it's going to affect me if you cheat.
Okay, so from a marriage standpoint, it makes a lot of sense what you're saying. You're in it for the long haul. You take that, for better or for worse, seriously, literally.
Absolutely.
Now, P, would that change your view on it if you were married to the woman?
No, it would not.
So at the point where the minister says for better or for worse, would you say no? I don't. Not for the worse.
Yeah, you should say for better for cheating, or better for to unemployment, or for. I mean, you should go up there with a list of contingencies, and then here we go. There's no such thing as unconditional love.
It's not. I don't believe in unconditional love at all.
No, there's no such thing.
I had this conversation.
Unconditional love.
I actually did a show. I think one of my first shows was on unconditional love. I personally err on the side of not really having too much faith in unconditional love either. Not at its core, when you really look at what it means to unconditionally love someone, then you fall into the area that Mark's talking about.
Yeah, yeah. And see,
Wait. I think I puffed on this too quick. Let me change that. Let me change a little bit.
okay. All right.
You can, just because you unconditionally love a person doesn't mean that you have to stay connected to that person.
Correct.
I agree. So I'm speaking of unconditional forgiveness. The thing for me is my condition is so far out there that this ain't it. My condition ain't right here.
Well, I know for a fact that I don't have unconditional forgiveness. I don't. I haven't matured to that area yet. I don't even know if I ever will mature to that area. Only because when I think about unconditional forgiveness, I have to think about everything, not just cheating. So, and like we were speaking earlier, when matters of children and stuff start coming into play.
Yeah, now I don't have, I think when it comes to so there's a minimal expectation when it comes to the person I'm in love with, which means I don't expect them to be doing anything with my child. So
But
that's
we know what happens.
right. It
Mhm.
does. It happens. So the thing for me is there are certain things that I think I'm equipped with: unconditional love, unconditional forgiveness, unconditional respect. I don't have. I just have these things where I just let it be. It is your job to maintain this thing. So I don't never have a trust issue. I have a trust issue with that person. I don't have a love problem. I have a love problem with that person. Everybody else gets the same thing, and I just slowly pick people off who don't meet the requirements.
But you don't have, if unless I heard something wrong, you said you have unconditional forgiveness, and then you just said you don't have unconditional forgiveness.
No, I'm saying I have unconditional forgiveness immensely. When you if you were to violate my kid, then you would go and I guess what I'm saying is the
Well,
level is
that's a
so far
condition.
out. The level is so far out that it's not. So you would have to literally do something to reach my unconditional, and that's crazy.
But that's a condition.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
the condition to where it is, I don't even think you would get there because of the other things. That's what I'm saying. It's almost like you would have to be doped up, drugged, hypnotized, brain control for you to get there, for you to reach my unconditional.
Well, I'll go on the record as saying that God forgives, I don't.
Oh, that well. My name is
And
God, everybody. Tonight, I would like to share with you how I do it. I'm saying, like for me, for my spouse, my my spouse would have to literally take my daughter and sell her to a trafficker.
But that doesn't fall under your for worse part of the for better or for worse.
Yeah, but and it would, but I'm already prepared for that, and I know it's almost like something inside of me knows that could never happen. That's the worst. If she did that, I would still love her. I wouldn't deal with her, but I would still love her.
You would still
'Cause-
love somebody.
Really?
yes,
Oh,
because if
what?
you
I,
love
What?
if you love something, you
Wow.
love it. I don't have a I don't I wouldn't like her. I wouldn't want to be a she would but to me love is just it's never going to change.
Let me ask you this. Because I've told women before that my love is not like a light switch. I can't just cut it on and off.
Yeah.
So, but when you say, I'm real big on asking people when they tell me they love somebody, right after they tell me the person has done some fucked up shit. My
Mhm.
first question is always, what do you love about them? So if she sold your child into trafficking, what could you still love about her?
Her the way she made me feel, the laughs, the memories, the stuff.
Forget
like
the memories. Memories
No,
don't
no,
mean shit.
no. See. All I'm hearing is what you feel. Fuck
no,
what you feel.
wait. My
Hold
memories
on,
are
hold
not
on, hold
feelings,
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. We grown men, and at some point, somebody should have told you, brother. It ain't about what you feel.
bro.
It,
I'm
it,
I'm
it,
a grown man and I don't have to
it,
separate.
it,
I operate in totality.
yeah, I see that, and I see
So you're
that.
telling me to diminish myself to operate in one vein to make a
No,
judgment?
it's
That
not
don't make
diminishing
sense.
yourself. Diminishing yourself is what you talking about. You don't
No,
love
I'm
you. You don't
using my totality. I don't.
you don't love yourself enough to say, hey, look, I don't have to take abuse. I don't have to take disrespect. I don't have to take somebody disregarding me or somebody do or
Nobody
somebody
disrespects me. My respect comes from me.
what?
So you say, so Mark, you're saying
Nobody can
no one.
disrespect me.
So you don't give people the power to even be able to disrespect you,
Right.
pretty much.
My respect. I'm the one who has to respect me. I've lived
Of course,
45
you have
years.
to
Now
of
I
course, you have
do,
to respect
yeah,
yourself.
No,
I do
Yes.
agree with that part because I don't give people that
you
kind of
can't.
power over me.
You could call me all the names in the world. My respect comes from Mark.
But we're not. I'm not talking about insults. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about
So
that.
no
I'm
matter
talking.
what she does,
I'm
then how can you disrespect me when it doesn't come from you?
okay. Wait a
I
minute.
think I think where it I think where it tipped over was when we said a woman, hypothetically, a woman sells your child
Right.
into captivity, and you can separate that act and think about the good times.
I can still think of I don't want to deal with her. I don't want to
Yeah,
I still have a I still love her. It's still love. Is it does so here's the thing. At nighttime, there's still the sun out there, right?
yeah,
I can
somewhere.
separate the sun from the night. And
Yeah,
I do what I do at night when the sun goes down. It doesn't mean I just forgot the sun exists. I have the ability to say two things can exist at once.
yeah.
So I can still love you and not deal with you.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
Now, I
I agree with
definitely
that.
agree with that.
You could.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then where's my manhood come into that?
Where it comes into it at, because again, it's all about what you feel, and
No,
nobody cares. And here's the thing: nobody cares about what a man feels. No, if she ups and takes your child, she doesn't care anything about how that's going to affect you and what that's
who
going to
doesn't
make
care
you
about what
feel.
a man feels?
Nobody.
Everybody in my life cares about what a man feels. That's why you're in my life.
Okay.
Well, she was in your life when she sold your
Right.
child.
Right. She was in your life.
Right. So whether you have a bad action or a good action doesn't mean you don't care.
So you're
We're,
saying
we're
that
talking-
doesn't define you
right. It doesn't define me.
or that person. That person can have a bad act, but that
Yeah.
act doesn't define them.
Right. So here's the thing. One of the things I will say this.
I'm not a proponent of that. I'm sorry
I feel you. So
go ahead. Go ahead.
let me help you out. Let me show you this. I'm gonna ask you this question, and when I ask this question, I usually get an answer that is different. Salida, are you perfect?
Bro, you
Okay,
know.
no, just answer.
No.
Okay, King, are you perfect?
Close to it.
Mia, are you perfect?
Who is Mia? Kia?
Kia.
Kia, I'm sorry, Kia,
Yeah.
are you perfect?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so now I'm about to give you guys what I believe. We are all perfect. We did not create us. We did not create us to think how we thought. Someone else created us. So, to the person who created us, had it been a creator like God, who we deem as perfect, a perfect God cannot create an imperfect being. Therefore, I am perfect. Now, what we like to judge people on is their actions. And by their actions, we deem them perfect or imperfect. But you are perfectly. If I drop a cell phone on the floor and it breaks and picks up and I still dial, it operates perfectly like a cell phone that's broken would operate. I don't let actions define perfection or imperfection. You are perfect because you are created. So for me, we are all perfect. And to continue to say that I'm not perfect is a slap in the face to my creator saying he didn't create me like this.
Well, let me say this. With my answer, I don't know about nobody else's answer.
Right.
With my answer, I'm not talking about my physical self. I'm talking about when you look in terms of actions. My actions aren't always perfect.
Except for that's the problem. You are not your actions. Your action is
It's
that.
me.
I know,
Who does the action?
no, does, and then it's done.
Sometimes, not all the times.
Are you a shitter because you're not on the toilet shitting right now because you're done?
What?
So what does that even mean?
That means you did an action. You're done doing that action.
But you're going to do that action again.
So
Right.
then again, so here's the thing. You're not the culmination of your actions. You're one action in each moment at a time. And in
depending on the action, Mark.
right.
Now let me hold up, Mark. Let me see if I follow you here. I'm trying to. So you mean to tell me? All right. Case in point, my nephew was murdered. So you mean the people that are responsible for his death are not murderers? They just they just hold on. If I'm going by your logic, their actions deem them not murderers. They just murdered at that time.
So and now I don't really want to do that because I don't want to seem insensitive when I say what I
No,
say.
no, 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 no. I mean, I put it out there, and I'm in. You know, it's
So
what it is. I'm trying to grasp
okay,
your
so
point.
he is a killer. He's not a murderer. A murderer is one who practices killing people. He killed somebody one time and he's now done. The point of it is if your action is one point of time. So if he kills somebody and then preaches, is he a preacher or is he a murderer? So you are your own. You are not your actions.
How
You
would you define a serial killer?
we define him by the series of his actions. So what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. When you stop doing that action, we judge people by what they do or what they say, but that's not who they are.
Sometimes you have to be stopped.
No, I don't disagree. What I'm saying is, so I'm gonna say it like George Floyd. George Floyd was probably a dopehead and probably all of these other things that they might have said. But at that time, George Floyd is not a dopehead when you're killing him. He's not a criminal when you're killing him. He's a human being. You are defined as who you are, not what you do. The
In your
reason,
world. Because that's not the majority. That's not how
right?
the
But
majority.
I agree, but that's the problem with a part of what we do in our society. We continue to judge people by their what they've done and not who they are.
Because you know why? Can I tell you why? Because we don't have the luxury of putting a person in a box by what they have done and what they're not doing at this moment. Nobody in their right mind, in my opinion, would let a child molester spend a long time with their child.
I don't disagree with that.
But so you're going off of what that person did, not what they're doing at that moment.
And so what I'm saying is some actions are more confining, but it still doesn't say who that person is. It may get you restricted, it may get you ostracized, but it still doesn't say who you are. And
I can agree with that.
And for me, I tend to look at a person for who they are and try to look less as to what they've done.
Would it be safer, even if we're looking at them for who they are, right? Would it be safer to err on the side of caution or just wait for something to happen?
Well, I'm gonna say this, and this is where this all comes together for me. is because this is how they did blacks before we got our freedom. They just lumped us. We were savages. We were this and we were that. So I tend to kind of say I don't want to put people through something that I know hurts.
And I get that, but I was called a savage just 2 years ago.
Right? No, no,
Right,
I
they're still
don't.
calling us
So
savages.
it's
Right,
still
except for we know we're not.
I don't agree
We
with
knew
what
we knew we weren't savages then.
for you to say you
So I got to change. Do I get to? Do I operate on what they told me to operate on? Or do I get to operate free and independently?
but when you're just to yourself, you can.
Or
But
I can
just
operate
because
it in.
just because you operate free and independent to yourself, that does not mean that once you go out into this world, that they're going to treat you the way you treat you.
I
Correct.
don't disagree, but remember I talked about how to fire people.
Yeah.
I tend to let my steel and my rock burn. So now people, when y'all see me, like, oh, he operates different. And as I carry this, this is what it says. So let your light shine among men that they'll know who you are. This is how I think we should operate so we can change the world.
And I agree with that. Should unfortunately should is
It,
not
I know, but he who is to change the world cannot change for the world nor allow the world to change him. So
they have to change himself. A
right.
man
So,
must change himself.
and this is who I've become. And so even when they say, man, you just like women to cheat on you, even when it looks weird, I have to operate in this until it becomes something that we can grasp hold to. So that's how I operate.
And it may not ever happen, but
And it may not.
I
But
get what you're saying. What do you think? Do you have anything to add to that, Kill?
I don't agree. I just think that your actions are based on who you are.
Yeah.
Period.
I'm
Like,
not a drunkard. I got a DUI.
okay.
But that's a moment in time. That's not the same as being an alcoholic.
Right. But
Somebody can have their first night out drinking and go get a DUI. That doesn't make them alcoholic.
Right.
So what
it means is that they are somebody that got caught operating a vehicle inebriated.
So again, so we're not talking about somebody who commits an action. We're now talking about one who commits it, who practices, because that's what the one ER means, one who practices.
Yeah.
So again, I think a child molester, one who practices, versus somebody who was doing something stupid and got, because that's what was done to him. That's different than somebody who goes out and tries to intentionally harm kids on purpose. So
However,
again, I think the mindset has to come with somebody who does something versus somebody who's intentionally trying to practice.
And with that being said, how many of us here right now, out of us four, with knowing that, how many of us, I'll say it again, would purposely leave our
one who
child?
practices.
No, let's say they're not practicing. You don't know what they did yesterday, but would purposely leave our child in a room alone for an extended period of time with a child molester.
But that's what I'm saying. If you don't know that they are, because we've done it, we left them with aunties, uncles, grandpas.
No, I'm talking about if you do know.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. If you do know, it's because it's somebody who's practicing. If they've done it one time and they stop, you don't know that. So that's the difference of what I'm saying is.
I get that, but I'm still not leaving mine.
Yeah, no. If it was
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving my granddaughter with no. That's
right.
not happening.
That's okay.
Hold on 1 second, Mark. What'd you say, Kill?
I said, if you do it one time, I don't care if it was 50 years, you will never be left alone with my child. Period. Because you still did it.
Correct.
You still did. You will never be left alone with a child that's in my presence. Period. Absolutely not. No. Because you had the propensity to do it in the past. Who's to say it's not going to happen again? No, sir. You will not, or ma'am, or whoever. You will never be left alone.
I disagree. I think the way our society is built sexually, there's so many people who have done stuff not knowing is good, bad, right, wrong, than the people who actually. I would not let you ride in the car with an alcoholic. I will let you ride in the car with somebody who's had a DUI.
I've ridden
That's
in,
what I'm saying.
I've ridden in cars with people before that have had to have the machine in the car to start it up to blow in it. But if I'm in the car with somebody and them jokers slizzard, and I know they slizzard, I'm not riding.
And that's the difference. And what I'm saying is, I think this is what I'm talking about with far as the child molester thing. I think if there was a person who was touched when they were a kid and they thought that was the way, and somebody told them, "Hey, yo, man, we don't do da 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 da." All right, cool, we done. Versus somebody where there's constant complaints about this person in the family, then no, I think that's what I'm saying. There's a difference. I can, for me, I judge based on the information I get. I've judged based on.
But really, I mean, I'm sorry. Really, there's been a lot of differences without a distinction popping off here, and just like you use the example ER. Okay, murderer ends in ER, killer ends in ER. Neither one of them is practicing. Neither one of them is just, this is something that they do on the side. It's what they are. It's what they are. I don't play the game of semantics. It's what you are.
No,
if you do something along those lines, that's what you are. There is something in you that says that. Okay,
and that can't be true.
How
then
can
we
it
all
not?
Alcoholics.
How can it not? No. Because again, that's a difference without a distinction. That's a difference without a distinction. And I'm listening to you, brother. And a lot of things make sense now because I'm like, in my head, I'm like, what planet is this cat on? But when you got to quoting Bible
it's
verses,
funny how you give me hold
on. This is not to disparage you, but again, I understand a lot of things make sense. You began quoting Bible verses and things like that and what have you. In the church, it's all about forgiveness. It's
I don't
all
even
about
go to church. I don't even believe in church.
Okay, all right. Well, fine. Okay, you don't believe in church or what have you, but you believe in religion, right?
No, not at all.
No, he's far away from
That's what.
Okay, all right.
I'm a totalitarian. I believe what I believe because I see it to be good and true.
Okay, all right. Okay. That's a bit interesting, but hey, I mean, hey, my mistake. However, the gist of what it is that you're saying, I'm sorry.
People are people, and you cannot judge people.
That's okay.
That's the basic where I live. You cannot judge people because people are people. They have their own rights, reasons, and everything. And the best way to do is to give them the latitude to be people. It's their very first time on this planet, just like it's mine. So for me to say I extend you a certain amount of grace and understanding and opportunity is the fairest thing that I believe that I would want done for me.
I should have named this episode "Time to Go to Church."
Right.
because you notice how we started out talking about Ebony K. Williams, that flowed into some relationship stuff. And somehow now we're at a point where we need to pass a collection plate around.
Right. I think
this is very important. Tiki, now this is true. Tiki just said, with that being said, Mark is more forgiving than most Christians she knows. That's a fact. I will say that you definitely more forgiving than any Christian that I know.
Because after have been a Christian, you realize how these jokers are.
I've been down that road.
I mean, but I don't think is. I think the thing is that for me breaking out of the things that I've been taught,
unlearning
behaviors, learning new behaviors, not even giving a fuck about some behaviors. I mean, the truth is, like you said earlier, it ain't yours. It's her thing. She can sock it to who she want to. If she come back and say, "Hey, babe, I'm sorry, we good. Let's work it out," and I'm gonna go in there and get that a chance. If we don't, I didn't waste no time.
And you can't leave out, if she brings you back something, she's definitely yours.
Oh yeah, if she bring me home some luggage, we good.
I'm
That's just the
sorry.
kind of
I'm sorry. You know, a great man once said, if there's 10,000 snakes coming to my door and there's 1,000 snakes that don't mean me no harm, the other 9,000 mean me harm, I'm not going to open my door and try to distinguish who's who.
And see, it's funny you say that because I started to bring that up about an hour and a half ago. The great Muhammad Ali.
Yes,
I
sir.
always go
Yes,
back to
sir.
that mindset with certain things.
Yes, sir.
And that's what I meant when I said when we were talking about the pedophiles and stuff. I'm like, okay, even if that's not their action right now, who's gonna take that chance?
yeah.
Right. Right.
And the thing is this, and for me, I think given that chance, there's I mean, I don't know personally, I don't know a bunch of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I have a felony. I've been, I've been down the hard roads. So if you don't give people these opportunities to change, then who does?
Somebody might.
Somebody.
Right. And so my name is somebody.
Let me ask you this, Mark, and I'm gonna ask. I want to ask all y'all this question. If in the spirit of what we're talking about right now, as far as letting people be who they are and all that good stuff, do you think, Mark, you could build a solid relationship with a woman that is a Christian, being that you aren't?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You think you could deal with somebody that's beliefs are opposite of yours, Pete?
Yeah. I'm married to a woman whose beliefs are opposite of mine now. So that that's just what it is.
If you marry, you're gonna be.
What about you, Kia?
As far as religion, I don't subscribe to any religion. I do believe in a higher power, and I do think I could do it as long as they weren't trying to force me to operate within the margins of that religion. Absolutely no. Like
You can try to force me all you want.
that, and to me, if somebody tries to force you, they don't respect your boundaries.
Correct.
So I wouldn't be able to do it if it got to that point.
Yeah,
Right.
I think if you're well, again, that's with me and respect. You don't have to do none of that. You can, you don't have to respect the that guardrail. But if you rub up against it, you're gonna find out. You're gonna find out you need to just stay in line. So
You
I'm
gonna
not
see?
opposed. Yeah, I'm not opposed to having friction from people finding out. That's the other part. I think that's the other part that makes accepting people is because once you accept them, they too then turn have to accept you.
And on that note, y'all, because we've been doing this for about 4 hours now.
Yeah,
Right.
So
we rocking till after midnight now.
yeah.
Yeah.
So is there anything that any of you would like to touch on for the moment? I know, Mark, you got a plethora of things because
No.
we
I
talk
think
all the time, and you got a
right.
podcast too. P got a channel. Kia, I know you have
I,
things that you think about.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't think I would ever. To be honest, like no. Um, Specifically, no. I mean, like I said, I ain't got to work. So if y'all want to stay up and talk, I'm cool with that. Also,
I wish I would have been on earlier when y'all were talking about the Ebony K. Williams thing. That's really what I was trying to get on, about and whatnot, because I had actually did a video about that on my channel. Shameless plug, but yeah,
Well, you
yeah,
can you can open that back up. How do you feel about because like I said earlier, I think that she caught a bad rap with that soundbite. But how overall, from what you know about her and what you saw, one, could you date a woman like her with her mindset? And two, what do you think about her mindset?
For one, she expressed her truth. That that's what it is. All right, cool. Now, would I date an Ebony K. Williams? Nah, because see, she's somebody who is basically she doesn't understand that. Yo, you on the fringe of being out the game, mama. You 40 years old. You know what I mean? And she might be, I've seen a couple of pictures of her or whatnot. She all right. But she's not competing with these 24, 25-year olds who are cooperative and things like that, who these men with means actually covet. The men with means are not coveting an Ebony K. Williams because her disposition is terrible. Your disposition will take you further than your physical ever will. Now, if you got them both, you good money. However, yeah, she spoke her truth, and whatnot. People shouldn't necessarily be upset at her about speaking her truth, even though it did come off very elitist. She was talking down. She's one of the. She seems to me one of those people that that subscribes to that whole thing of, okay, well, why don't you black folks pull yourselves up by your bootstraps? I did that type of thing. That's how it came off, and that's why a lot of people was like, hey, yo, fuck you. You know what I
Let me
mean?
ask you this. Do
Yeah.
you believe there was one point where Iyanla was saying that she felt like Ebony had sort of like a masculine energy? Do you believe that?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Her disposition is terrible. You
But she
think a you think a man see, there's a difference between a man that's balling who has a plethora of options as opposed to somebody that's just like happy to get anybody. See, she's wanting to have somebody who's just happy to get anybody, but him be a baller. Those two are definitely not the same.
But was she really saying that she needed a baller, or was she just saying a man with drive?
No, she was saying that she needed somebody with means. Not she was trying to play the game semantics, make it sound good. However, once you actually start reading between the lines of what she's saying that, hey, I wouldn't date a bus driver. In New York City, the bus drivers are making six figures.
didn't mention money. She said
Right.
the owner. She said owner. She did not mention money. She did not say he has to make X amount of dollars. She didn't say that. She said owner of the bus. And she answered the question the way it was framed to her. She said if he owned the bus. She didn't say he has to make $1 million to make me happy.
No, but she's saying that but she's alluding to the fact if someone owns something, if someone owns a bus company, you're not thinking that they're just making $50,000 a year.
Right. And then she still talked. She talked about it in 3 segments. She talked
Right.
well
And
her
and that's cool. Again, people shouldn't be upset at her for expressing her truth.
And I ain't hear the last part of what you said, Keo. What'd you say? It cut out when P was talking.
Yeah,
she
go
did
ahead.
not.
I'm sorry.
She said ownership. That does not. There's no reading in between the lines. She wants somebody who has the same drive as her. The ownership does not mean you're making all this money every year. There's people who own businesses that do make 100,000. They
That's
don't have
kind of implied.
in between the lines. She said ownership.
It's implied.
I'll tell you this. I'll say this. When I first started my business, for the first year, I may as well had been at a regular damn job.
Right. You
Right.
don't make
You know
any
what I mean? So,
after 5 years as a business.
so I was a owner, but
But it's implied that the only reason why you started your own business because it's implied that you're not going to be there.
Right.
I started my business because I was fed up with
Right. No.
assisting someone else in their wealth and
Right.
not
But no,
contributing to
I
my
don't
own.
disagree. But that's what I'm saying. But eventually, the idea is that you will become the byproduct of being an owner is wealth, whether it be
Yeah.
time or
Oh,
whatever the case.
creating generational wealth. She spoke on that. So
Yep.
that was what she was implying. I would like to be with someone who is interested in creating generational wealth. Now, I think
Making money.
by words like mediocre and all that, like, so what? Like, I don't think, for me, initially, I saw that first little clip and I still didn't have an issue with it because I know, I'm like, okay, this woman is an accomplished author. She's a lawyer. She's a millionaire. She's probably not mingling in circles with bus drivers. I can understand why she would want to date an owner. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Then I watched the whole segment. I'm like, okay, she agreed. If you watch the whole segment, she agreed. Like, yeah. And then she also asked, how do I put myself in the position? How do I
yourself.
bring out my feminine energy? She talked about that. And then her response was after people attacked her. Well, after people attacked her for saying, I won't date a bus driver. It wasn't like, I just, to me, I don't understand the outrage behind her not wanting to date a bus driver who isn't.
The problem is you have the responsibility, even in brutal honesty, is delivery with tact and sensitivity.
Like I said, to me, everybody else has a right to feel however they want to feel. We are all complex human beings. But to me, it was just like, it's just not that serious. Like, people made their own assumptions about what she meant. And even when she broke it down, people may not, like you all said, you don't like the delivery, right? And it sounded harsh to some people. I know plenty of people on both ends of that spectrum. Some were like, okay, she's what is it, pressing down on the blue collar workers and she thinks she's better than everybody. And then there are other people who are like, it's just really not that serious. I'm more of a, okay, that's her preference. It's not that serious. So what? Like,
yeah, that pretty much was me too. Because I was like, I knew she wasn't talking about me personally. Because hey, she don't know me. But it was like I was kind of shocked that the heat that came. I wasn't shocked that some people were offended. I was shocked that they damn near tried to cancel her for that one.
So can I play devil's advocate?
Yes, sir.
It's just cheating, so what?
Huh?
It's just cheating, so what?
That's everybody has their boundaries, right? So
it's just a little bit of cheating.
Just a little bit of cheating.
Just a little bit of cheating.
There's no chance. Just a little bit. You might get a cootie, you know. Who
knows? I'm just saying the reason why I say it is to what I think the problem is. She crossed the boundary. She crossed the boundary. She sounded a little like Candace Owens. She said a situation not knowing that a lot of black men have been trying to get ownership, are trying to do some of these things. So when you say, you know,
but okay, I'm gonna let you finish before I.
No, go ahead.
No, you said she said it like she didn't know. But that's your thought. That's your opinion. She addressed that. She addressed that in her own segment. That is what you think she said. She said she didn't mean it, and she's aware that people feel this way about what she said.
That's the cleanup. That's the cleanup woman. She said, "See,
but we can't hold her to that one act."
I'm not holding her to it. I'm not holding her to her. What I'm saying is she just had a responsibility to do it better as an attorney.
How would she answer that question? Would you date a bus driver? What should she have said? How should she have answered that question, in your opinion?
I need more context.
Okay.
I need depending on.
Do you think, Mark, if she would have answered it with just a simple no and left it at that she would have still gotten the heat?
She kind of came off condescending and cocky.
Was it because of her body language? Because all she did was say, if he owned the bus.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that the way she put it out there, the way she said, well, because she said, and if he was going, I think she said no. She said she also said something like, and if he was going for ownership or if he owned a fleet or something like that.
Didn't say that.
I didn't
say that. She literally said, She had like a little blank stare, like what? So it was like it wasn't clear if maybe she didn't hear the question or she was thinking about how to answer the question. And then her response, her right after it took maybe 2 seconds, she said, "If he owned the bus," and that's the only
Right,
answer
and it's
she
condescending to
had.
if he doesn't own the bus. I
Okay, I think personally, I think that question caught her off guard.
Right.
Because if somebody would have asked me, if you were interviewing me, Mark, and you said,
would
would
you
you
date
date
a
a stripper?
stripper?
Yeah, see,
Right.
if you said, would you date a stripper? I'm like, darn, wait a minute. Would I cut a woman off
If
just
she owned the club,
because if she owned the strip club,
right? And
because a lot, but the reason you have to think is not, and if there are any strippers watching this show, don't take this the wrong way. The 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 idea of strippers, at least back in the day, was that they were doing more than just stripping for
and
their money.
and the idea of being
So
a
she
bus
might
driver
look
is a
at
poor
a
mentality,
bus driver has no means, can't really take
and
care of
thus,
me.
but see, the problem is this, and again, and I think this goes back to a part of it is it's not just money. She right. She also said right. She said if he's a bus driver, he didn't get the best grades, and we're pushing. So the thing is, I didn't hear what I wanted to hear. I heard what she implied. She was implied that
That
this,
after she was attacked. That was after
but
she was
a
attacked.
bus driver implies that you have, just FYI, a bus driver, a janitor, a these jobs, these skills say that you're barely contributing to society.
She didn't say that either. She
It's
did.
in you.
She say that not
You got
imply
sometimes it's not what you say, is what you
address that
don't
issue.
say.
She said, "You know what? I'm not saying that these aren't hardworking people, but these are jobs that are just okay. You have a job." When she, to me, the way I understood it. Yes, it's okay to drive a bus, but are you doing anything outside of that, like ownership, to contribute to?
And
Uh,
I kind of fell off a little bit when she started bringing grades into it
That's
I
what I'm
for the
think
saying.
simple reason. For the simple reason, my father didn't graduate high school, but he was a business owner.
right, and she taught like okay. So to me, now I don't
Mhm.
know her, never met her. However, I think in that moment she was responding with pure emotion because she's probably
Yeah,
tired of being attacked.
I can believe
Nah,
it.
I'm not giving
I
Right?
think she
I didn't
wasn't
say
comfortable.
right.
zero
She wasn't
passes.
comfortable.
I didn't say she
Zero
was
passes.
right. I did not say that. But she was dead to me. I felt like she was responding with emotion. She did mention that like the average and mediocre and all that stuff. She talked about that. And I think that's where the C's came in, where okay, it's acceptable for to have a job. It's acceptable to do these. That's C. A C is mediocre. I think people, those words were triggering to people. She mentioned her mother was a bus driver. She used that as an opportunity to do other things and use that to do other things and use that to do other things.
There's a
So
difference between triggering people and insulting them.
I didn't, to me,
But Pastor Mark, you got to give her a pass, Pastor.
I just,
No. Listen. Here's the thing. I don't think she personally did anything wrong. I don't think she morally did anything wrong. I think she socially did something wrong. And so socially, I think that on our platform we have an obligation or a charge to give good level information. And so personally, I wouldn't date a bus driver, but I don't see uh, anything wrong with dating a bus driver. Is the exact same sentence. So I think the thing is when you start hearing celebrities, people who have platforms, not use their platform to the best way to benefit us or to put us in the light, it's a disservice. It causes contention, and so I don't think she knew the magnitude or the gravity of what she was saying. And
Yeah,
so,
because I don't think she purposely
yeah, I don't think
went
she
out
was.
hurt people.
Yeah,
Inadvertently,
right.
she ruffled
Yeah,
feathers. I don't even think personally, and I could be wrong. I don't even think she hurt anybody.
right. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of
Say it
society,
again, Kill.
People's feelings were hurt.
yeah, because
People
when
are
you
entitled
see
to feel how.
somebody like her, you don't expect that. You might expect that from Candace Owens. You might expect that from people who have kind of sidestepped or stepped on African Americans on the way up. But you don't expect it from someone of her caliber.
I hear you, but I think no matter what she would have said, somebody, even if she would have said no, and then the next question would have been why, she would have said what she would have said, and it would not have mattered.
But yeah,
People
because
are
No,
Ayala would have definitely said why.
a bit
no,
of,
I think if she would have said, I think if she would have said no because that's just not my preference, or
and the
no,
whole people would still attack her.
well,
There's nothing that could have been.
I don't disagree that I don't think they would have. I think they would. I think they would have just disagreed.
Uh,
The way she's I, I don't the only reason why I think is because you can say it in a way, in a manner to where it's not as uh abrasive. Like if she was,
So it was the delivery.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think she meant malice behind it. I just don't think she knew the gravity of saying, like, would you date a trucker? No, unless he was the owner. Do you know how hard it is to get your authority? I mean, it's not one of the things. I think she made it seem so much. She made it seem like you drive a bus and then you go owner. She 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 took so many of the steps out of it. She took so much of the
Because she was caught off guard.
right.
right,
She
right, right.
answered the question the way it was framed. Like that's it. That's all she.
And that's what's like. But see, here's the thing, and this is what I think the beauty of Anyala was doing as a psychologist or a sociologist. She also knows how to get you. Remember how we was talking about asking the right questions?
Yeah.
I think she also exposed her.
She knew what to ask to prove the point that she wanted to prove.
Right. So the other part is,
I,
can
but the problem is, people were outraged before even seeing the whole segment.
Mm-hmm.
well,
And she agreed with her. That's the thing. She
right.
agreed.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. To me, this is like when you said earlier you asked a lot of questions. I think she answered the question in such a manner where that true character kind of had to come out. She might have tried to clean it up, but I think that
You know what happened? What happened was because she agreed with 99% of what Iyanla said. But what happened was once she said if he owned the bus, people cut their ears off.
Right. That was it. That was like nobody
When
wanted
they got offended,
else.
they cut their ears off. It didn't matter what she said after the fact.
Yeah. Just like I'm gonna use Jada Pickett Smith. People hate her, right? They hate her. She dogged out. She can't do nothing. She's a horrible wife. No matter what she says, people don't want to hear it simply because something happened. I mean, hell, it's been rumored that he did shit too. But somehow she's the bad guy, right? And nobody wants to hear anything she has to say, anything that she's involved in. This is a horrible wife and she hurt Will. Meanwhile, we don't know what discussions they've had behind closed doors. We have no idea what they talk about.
but
But that's true. But the look on that Joker's face at that red table
looked hurt, but he could be hurt for the simple fact that all these people are now judging him. He seems to be a very sensitive person, right?
And so if you know that and see
I don't.
no.
Oh, you talking about Jada.
If you know that, then your duty is to protect. So I think the problem is, and one of the things I think that's what a lot of these conversations are doing, it's kind of showing some of the insensitivity that Black women are having at the same time while asking for understanding.
But how do we know they didn't have a conversation and say, you know what, this is what we're going to do as a couple. These are the boundaries of our relationship. We don't know that. And I think the biggest
Yeah,
mistake they made,
I think they do have that.
but I think the biggest mistake they made is allowing people into their marriage, being transparent
Absolutely.
about what's going on.
Absolutely.
Right, but even if
And
you do,
look at
you
what
can
happened.
do it and
He's
protect.
vilified, and somehow he's the angel. I'm not saying she was right. I'm not saying it was okay for that to happen. However, because the dude she was messing with decided to get in his feelings because she wouldn't leave her husband now, and he told the world. So, and apparently it happened years prior or whatever.
Right, but
Now,
I think
bad
she
guy.
should have protected him.
How?
And then
What was she
there
doing?
could have been a point. There could have been a point in that situation where Will changed his mind. He could have said, okay, yeah, we had this agreement, but damn it, guess what? I
Right,
don't want that agreement anymore.
Right, and they both
but
felt
I think she should have. The way he
what?
looked over when Chris Rock said what he said. Again, I think the way he looked over at her when Chris Rock was said whatever he said. I think as a wife, she had the same obligation to look over at that red table and say, "Cut the cameras off. We done." So I think they're
I feel you. I feel you because we do when we're in partnerships, relationships, marriages, whatever you want to call them, we do have an obligation,
to
I feel
protect.
like, to protect our partner. We should not want any kind of harm, any kind of embarrassments, any kind of hurt to come to them if we can help it.
And she could have helped that. Boss.
Well, I say this: if somebody if somebody slaps your not no, never mind. Well, yeah, I'm gonna say it. If somebody puts hands on your wife, if somebody puts hands on your husband, is there anything that your wife or husband can say to you that's gonna make you not
Yeah,
take
if
take
she
hold
if
of who just assaulted her?
if she asked me not to.
Well, see, mine wouldn't have the opportunity to ask me not to.
Well, no,
It's automatic.
Yeah,
It's automatic.
right, but I'm saying it's automatic. But if she say, "Hey, stop,"
I got
then I would.
One thing that I found, and I'm a lot better than I used to be, but one thing that I found that's hard for me is to stop as soon as I hit go.
Mm-mm.
Because once I hit go, there is so difficult, especially if someone is doing something to a loved one or something like that. It's very hard to be going and then they say, wait, nope, stop. And you just stop.
yeah,
For me.
right. You running on sheer emotion at that point.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm a Marine, so I operate on calculation.
Well, see, you different. You different. I wasn't in the service. So
I was in the military, and it's just certain things that would set me off. I'm
I know,
human,
but
right? Y'all
you was in the military. I was in the Marines.
Oh, excuse me, sir. But
we were trained. We were trained to handle these emotions.
Here we go with these nonsense. But anyway,
I'm gonna need, hey, boss man, I'm gonna have to get up off your key. I'm gonna need to get in touch with you because you have to help your boy out.
Yeah, I got you. I can send you. There's a specific way you need to frame the wording, and
well, I got to tell you the story, and then you got then.
All right. We'll talk because there's a question I want to ask you, but I don't know if you would have put that out there right now. So on here for other people, it could be a discussion.
Yeah, that was. I'm. You see me with my real Smith eyes, trying to get you to protect me.
I got you. So yeah, just hit me up. Are you just give him my information?
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah. So.
Hey, Mark, I'll say this, brother. I appreciate you. You know, we always have a good time when we interact or speak or whatnot. So it's all love here, brother, man.
Yes, sir.
Tell the people again about your podcast and how to contact you.
Fridays, we drop a podcast, Brown Root Podcast. I'm on all the platforms. You can find me on IG at the Brown Roots Podcast, on uh, TikTok, Mark James St. Patrick, Facebook, Mark James St. Patrick, and check me out. I'm always knocking at the door, king shit right here, because this is my guy. Just so
Yes,
that's
sir. But I appreciate you, brother. And I'll hit you up tomorrow.
yes, sir.
All right, have a good one. And then there were two. Now, I'll say this too before I get into some stuff with you, Kia.
Okay.
All of my listeners that are on the Wisdom app, thank you guys for sticking it out. It's been 4 hours, 19 minutes, and 21 seconds. If any of you that are in here would like to come up and voice your opinion on what you've heard thus far, the floor is open for you to do so. Please come up and share what you feel about what you've heard thus far. While I'm waiting to see if somebody's going to come up, Kia, I'm going to ask you this question.
Okay.
Because there was a lot to unpack that we went over tonight. Now, could you, from what you've heard, could you see yourself giving a substantial amount of time to a man with a Mark mindset?
No.
Why not?
He's a cool guy, but he's a little like too like forgiving for me. Like that doesn't work for me. Like I like the whole kind of, this person is a pedophile. Well, I say pedophile. Once you do it, you're a pedophile. They did it that one time. I can get away. I can let go of it and move on from that. Me personally, there's absolutely no way I'm going to be able to move on from that. I'm not. No, like I can't.
Yeah, and that's
off. It was nah. I'm not.
I have too many. I have too many children to have that luxury, and if I didn't have children, I wouldn't let my nieces or nephews. But outside of that aspect of it, do you think that his views on marriage and things like that, do you think that that's the way he views it? Do you think that's pretty much how it was meant to be handled? And we as people changed it up? Because at its core, it sounds like what he's saying is exactly what marriage, Western marriage, is supposed to be.
I think, yes, I do. But I think marriage was that's something that was created by people. Right? So I think we all, like, and I said it before, I think we all should just operate within the margins of our own boundaries, right? So somebody with his definition of marriage is not the same. It seems to be more traditional, right? What was acceptable and what most people did however many years ago. People weren't getting divorces, and people were sticking it out through better or worse. They were doing that, and over time that changed based on whatever, right? That changed.
I think that changed after our grandparents.
Right. And he's saying, cheating is a mistake. No. No. A mistake is, oops, I woke up and all of a sudden I'm like thrusting my penis in her vagina. And I didn't know what I was about to do. Like, it's a calculated decision to get to that point. So I don't think it's a mistake. It's definitely a choice. And you have control over your actions. You can stop. You knew wrong and you still did it. So that ain't gonna work for me. That's my boundary, my hard no. With certain things I might be able to tolerate. I'm big on finances, but if you accidentally miss a bill, okay, I'll cover that bill. Please do not do this again. Now, if you constantly keep doing that, now we have a problem. Why do you keep doing this?
Let me ask you this, since we're on that subject, because I know a couple, and I won't say their names, but I know a married couple actually, and they before the wife found out that her husband had a gambling problem,
Mm-hmm.
They had been married for about 15 years. The way she found out was she happened to check the mail one day and found out that they were losing their house.
What?
And she
Oh my.
found out that he hadn't paid the mortgage in about 4 months because he was gambling, you know. Now, in that type situation, you 10, 15 years in and you find this out overnight, how do you work in that? Because that's not
Oh,
as easy as having a boyfriend, girlfriend and saying, oh,
I don't know. Like that is tough because it's like, okay, this person obviously has a problem, right? But you
mhm.
risked our home. You didn't think about the consequences of what you were doing, and now we're about to be homeless. I depended on you to do the right thing. That was the agreement, and you intentionally didn't pay the mortgage for 4 months. I don't know if I would be forgiving. I'd be like, you know what? I can't. I've never. I can't. Well, I can't say that I can't. I've never been in that situation, but I imagine that I would be very pissed, right? Livid, angry, to the highest levels of passivity. I'm mad as hell because now we about to be homeless. I don't know if I will be able to get past that because you didn't think about us. Why?
But are you going to think about that he didn't think about it not because he didn't care, but because of the sickness? Because a lot of people do view having gambling problems, drugs, all of that stuff is a sickness, a disease.
I don't think I could. I honestly don't. Like I have to. That's your sickness, and I don't have to accept it. Like I just don't. My father was an addict. He was an addict. I didn't understand at the time as a child. Like I was like, why is my dad not here? I don't understand how you can choose a drug over your child. Blah blah blah. Once he passed away, I understood. Okay, addiction is a sickness. However, what steps were you taking to stop? He didn't. He never took any steps to stop. He just kept doing it. So it's like you chose yourself, addiction or not. And as hard as it may be to overcome, you still chose yourself over your child needing you, over needing a home, a house to live in. So it would, I don't know if I would be able to get past it. I don't. Like even with all my father's issues, I still think it's like I understand it, but I don't have to accept. Like I feel like you could have stopped if you really wanted to stop this addiction. You could have taken steps to stop, but you didn't. And your addiction, unfortunately, he passed away because of his addiction.
Do you think there are some things that we're so ensnared by to where we can't stop on our own? We need someone else's help.
Yes, and he had those opportunities. He just
Oh,
wouldn't follow through. So I guess I should have been clear about that. It wasn't like he was just out in the streets. There were people that he had, my aunts, my uncles, my grandmother. He would enroll into programs that would help him. Then he would leave. So but he just never stuck to it. Again, I understand addiction is a hard thing to overcome, but it is possible. It's possible to stop if you choose to stop. He did not
mm.
choose to stop. He chose to continue, and it led to him passing. It's a choice. Sometimes it's hard. You got to take a hard road to get to where you need to be. And he didn't choose that hard road. He chose himself. And I think, I don't want to sound insensitive, but I think it was very selfish of him to continue to use drugs. I needed my father. Your friend, she needed her husband to pay them bills. They lost, and the consequences, they lost their house. I lost my father.
Yeah, she actually she divorced that cat. She had what we were talking about earlier, the side stash.
Mm.
So she caught those payments up and saved the house, but she got rid of him.
And I ain't mad at her. Sometimes, and I know with women, and it is unfortunate that we have a mindset of I have to protect myself, even when we get into relationships. So it's hard for us to trust after we've been through something, right? After something has happened, it's hard to let down those guards because let's say I let this next person in and they do it again. Now this didn't happen twice. Like, so it's hard once you've been violated or the trust has been violated or once something has happened, it's hard to let your guard down and you have to unlearn that. Again, it's something you have to be willing to work on. So, but I think as women, we do kind of get stuck in the way of ourselves, stuck in the way of, I don't know if the right word is allowing a man, because I don't like to use that word. I should not have to allow a man to do anything, right? You are a man, you can do what you want. Now, for me to be comfortable with you in whatever position, whether it be head of the house or whatever, I need to be comfortable. And it's hard for me after going through marriage and divorce and then other relationship woes, because that wasn't the only one. There have been good and bad, but the worst of the worst, I am who I make my decisions today based off the worst things that have happened to me. And it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
It is what it is. That's, maybe one day I'll get past it.
Well,
But
a lot of us operate like that, whether we know we're doing it or not.
right, like it's a red flag, right? I mentioned
Yeah.
love bombing. That's never in my life happened to me. And yes, I'm still angry about. I'm not even gonna sit here. I wouldn't have said his name to the world if I wasn't angry about it. I am angry. I don't think his wife deserved that. I don't think his baby's mother deserved that. I don't think any woman he has done that to deserved what he did. He went out of his way to intentionally disrupt people's lives for the benefit of himself. So yes, I'm angry about it. So from this point on, certain things are going to be red flags, right? So with that whole "I love you, you're perfect" and all that, like, okay. And somebody saying I want to split the bills 50-50, I've done that. And my definition of 50-50 is different from other people's. I think that's fine. But when I've created a space for a man to make it financially easier for him, I've been the one who it went from 50-50 to me paying for everything on my own. It's never been, all right, we 50-50, let's stick to that. It's oh, she got me. She gonna take care of me because we together in this. But we really weren't together because now I'm doing everything.
So he kind of fell off because he felt comfortable that you were gonna pick up the slack.
Like, she gonna take care of it. And I was, because I had to. Who else gonna do it? You're not gonna do it. So now I don't want to deal with someone who's gonna insist on 50-50. Now, if you insist, I have a problem with that, because no, like, no, I'm not doing anything 50-50. You could pay the bills. I will take the money and invest it in things. We will talk about those investments before I do that, because that's a discussion that should be had between each other. I can't invest in something and not tell you about it if it's for the benefit of us. I think we should have a discussion, agree on the investment, and then move on from there. Now we both are in agreement as to what we want. So yeah, I think as men and women, or as couples in general, because it's not just men and women couples, right? I think we don't listen to each other. I think we are too busy trying to impose our own requirements on other people, right? I think, honestly, I think people should just mind their business. Like, whatever for this person it may not work for that person, and that's okay. There's no crime in that. There's no crime in being different. There's no people who are who practice polygamous relationships. I don't necessarily think that's wrong. Would it work for me? Absolutely not. Does it work for somebody else? Sure. I don't have a problem with it. Do you? Because what you're doing over there does not affect anything that goes on over here. So I don't care what y'all do.
Exactly.
So doesn't matter.
Now, with where you are now, and I'll probably let this be the last question, because I've given some time and I don't see my wisdom out people
They probably
come up. It's a lot of them in there, but yeah, we'll pick this up another time. You'll definitely be back. But
no, I got time. It's all good.
At the stage you're at now, what's one of the first things you notice in a guy when you're kind of mentally vetting on whether you're going to invest your time in this person?
Very first thing, mentally. Like, you mean so? Like, so
Like
I answer this question. Give me a situation, because
like if like we were speaking on earlier, you go to Starbucks and you meet a guy at Starbucks and you just happen to start conversing and you have a feeling like, okay, this conversation is going good. He's probably going to at some point ask for my number or vice versa. You know, what are you looking for in him before you say, okay, I feel comfortable giving this man my number and seeing where it goes?
Okay, if we're just having a good conversation, the vibe is there, that's where it starts. That's literally where it starts. Now, after that, that's a different story. No, I'm not gonna be asking your credit score. No, I'm not gonna be asking where you live. I'm not doing all of that, like, right there, unless it just comes up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, sometimes it just comes up. But if the vibe is there and we having a good time and we just are meshing well, then I would give him my number. If he asked for it, would I ask him? Probably not. And it's just not like, I'm just not comfortable. Like,
Yeah.
if I'm being, like, completely honest, I'm just not comfortable with asking really anybody for their number. It's not even when it comes to, like, meeting other women and, like, making new friends. It doesn't really have anything to do with I don't like her, I'm too good for it. It's more or less like I'm just not comfortable. If they want to be friends, then I'll allow them to make that choice for themselves, and then we can move on from there.
I get you. That's understandable. So it's just not in you to make the first move when building any kind of relationship, friendship, relationship, anything.
Like, first move is for, like, I can be like, hey girl, your hair is cute outfit, girl, like that. Like, women do that all day, right? We can
Yeah.
I could do that if I think something, girl, that's cute, where'd you get that dress? But as far as, like, intimate relationship, I'm definitely not the type of person who's going to walk up to a man and be like, you a nice looking guy. Like, I it makes my armpits itch. Okay, I get nervous. I get nervous. I'm like, oh God, I'm sweating. What am I gonna do?
Anxiety is up.
Yeah, like, I can't. So, I mean, yeah, it is what it is.
I feel you. Well, I say again, I thank you tremendously for coming on the show because it was kind of last minute with asking
It's
you
all
to
good.
go on. So,
I will be honest. When I was asked, I thought it was gonna be within their little group. So I'm like, oh,
really?
because I be like, I'll be cutting up in there sometimes.
Yeah.
So, and then once you talked about it, I was like, oh, okay, this is different.
Yeah.
So I'm like, did I look? Honestly, I didn't even look anything up because I'm like, if I know there's a lot of, and I still haven't looked. If I know it's a lot of people like gonna be watching, I'm probably not gonna. I'm gonna back out, right? But I was like, I already committed to this, so I'm gonna follow through, and I'm not gonna give myself a reason to be like, no, I don't want to do this, because it's a lot easier to talk shit online, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot. It really is. Like, generally, I will say exactly what I mean once I'm comfortable with the group of people I'm around.
Mm-hmm.
But if room full of strangers, you be lucky if I say a word. I will stand there and nobody will know that I'm there. I will not say a single word. I'm there to listen. Unless somebody directs anything to me, I'm not saying a damn thing. So, yeah.
Well,
but thank you. Definitely.
You're very welcome. And I'm glad you did enjoy yourself. I hope that it was a comfortable space for you because I try to.
Completely fine. First, I was nervous because I'm like, I'm the only woman. Please don't let this be a situation where they use this to attack me or women. But I didn't get that vibe. It was more or less a discussion and us agreeing or disagreeing. And I think that's healthy dialogue between people.
And that's exactly what you just said is exactly what I pride my platform on being on. Never a man versus woman type thing. It's for women to understand men better, men to understand women better. and all other subjects that we have to be a comfortable place, open place where people can be who they are. So I appreciate you, and I'll be asking you to come on again. And I will say this: I won't have you on again, and you be the only woman. So you
Good. Don't you
you'll
worry
have to
about
worry about that. You'll have to worry about that.
it. I got this.
Yeah, you handled yourself perfectly. You really did.
I was when they got into the little back and forth. I was like, "Well, this between men. I'm not saying a damn thing. I'm not saying I don't agree. Whatever these, because it was getting a little.
Yeah, it got a little spicy for a second.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
it got a little spicy for a second, but it was still all good.
Yeah.
But,
So, but I would have loved to have another woman who thought different from me, because they're out there.
mm-hmm.
That would have been, to me. That would have been like, okay, let's talk about it.
Yeah,
So yeah, I would have. I would like that.
I'll definitely keep that in mind on whatever subject you come back on. I'll definitely make sure that happens. But I appreciate you again. Is there anything that you want to say to the people? Any follows or anything you want?
Nah, I ain't really on social media like that. I'm not. I don't have any podcasts, or not looking for followers or anything like that. But as far as like veterans are concerned, um, if anyone is interested, as far as wanting to get that higher disability rating, and you're not sure how to go about doing that, hit me up. You can send me an email, amari8402@gmail.com, amari8402@gmail.com, or just hit me up on Facebook and send a message, and make sure you tell me what the message is about, because if it's just a hi, it's probably gonna get ignored. So just, Kia D on Facebook if you're interested in that. And I'll do what I can. I'll give you the documentation I used and that I have given to other veterans that help them get that 100%, because that's a relief. When I tell you, it's not no little bit of money. So, and
Really?
it's tax free.
Mm.
So, and then you get a lot of benefits, from getting a certain disability rating. It's easier. Well, not necessarily easier, but if you're interested in government jobs, you get bumped to the top of the list of applications being reviewed because of you. If you have a certain disability, it's over 30%. You're going to get bumped to the top based on how you answer the question. So there are a lot of advantages to have. A lot of people don't want to be seen as disabled. I don't give a damn. Okay.
Yeah.
I got my handicap tags, and I'm parking right in the front, and I might get out the car in some stilettos, and I dare somebody to say something to me. It
Well,
is
you,
what it is.
well, I already know you'll be back then, because I actually do have a show coming up that's going to have it's going to be about people in the military.
Okay.
Military stories, military life, because a lot of times us that haven't been in the military or anything like that, or don't know people in the military, we don't actually know what that life is about. So I'm actually doing a show on military people too, and I'll be in contact with you. I'll let you know.
Yeah, let me know. I got time. It's all good. So
All
yeah, so you good now.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, and you have a great night. And until next time, thank you so much, and keep pressing forward.
All right. Thank you.
All right, now. All right, y'all. I don't think anybody on wisdom is gonna come up. I'm gonna toke on this cigar a couple more times. I'm gonna leave the lines open in case someone wants to come up and say anything about what we were talking about tonight. And I know that it was a whole lot to take in. We started out talking about Eboni K. Williams' comment, what we look for in relationships, what we deem is acceptable and non-acceptable. Religion came into it a little bit toward the end. But basically, at the end of the day, I think people should do what makes them happy. People should do what works for them, and don't allow your relationship or your life to be drawn out by what someone else is doing, or what society wants you to do or deems as right or wrong. If you're by yourself, do what makes you happy. Do what moves you forward. Do what progresses you in a positive way. And if you're in a relationship, take your partner's feelings into account. Take their likes and dislikes. You have to understand all of that stuff, and they have to understand you as well. But next Thursday, we'll be right here, 8 o'clock. I hope you guys tune in again. If you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, please do so immediately. It's King Shit Productions. Subscribe and like, leave your comments. And if there's anything that you would like me to discuss or you would like to see on the show, just leave a comment. I take it all into consideration. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful night. Be safe. Be good to yourself. Be good to those around you, whether you know them or not. Keep pressing forward.